This work session, regular meeting of the Township Council is called to order. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, be advised that adequate notice of this work session, regular meeting of the Township Council of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, was made by the posting on the bulletin board at the municipal complex and transmitted to the officially designated newspapers a list of dates annually indicating that this work session regular meeting would take place at the Franklin Township Municipal Complex at 7 o'clock p.m. on Tuesday, December 11th, 2012. In addition, a copy of this notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the municipal clerk. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Remain standing for the invocation, which will be given by Councilman Carl Wright. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us take the next few minutes of silence to each seek in our own way whatever source of inspiration will grant us to strength and power in our thoughts and decisions to be for the benefit of all people at all times. Amen.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll of the council.
Councilman Chase.
Yes?
Councilwoman Francois. Deputy Mayor Kramer.
Here.
Mayor Levine.
Here.
Councilman Prasad. Councilman Regan. Councilwoman Sherman.
Here.
Councilman Vasanella. Councilman Wright.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. Very good.
Mr. Mayor,
Deputy Mayor Kramer.
before we start the proceedings, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda. We have some presenters here, and rather than have them wait, to facilitate them, I'd like to move 11A and 11C, so the dredging of the canal talk and the tax appeal attorney talk, to just after public discussion.
Okay, so that's moving items 11A and 11C on the agenda to right after number 8? Okay. Is there a second for that motion? Move second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Basically, what happened was, a little later on the agenda, we've got some people making presentations, and the Deputy Mayor, in consideration of those people's time, has moved that up a little bit farther in the agenda. So that's, you hang out, you'll see that later on. So we are following along on our agenda. There are agendas over here by our clerk, Ms. McCarthy. You can feel free to get up and get them, along with associated ordinances, resolutions, and such as that. If you do want to see the agenda, it's usually on our website the weekend before the meeting, but certainly by the beginning of the week, and you can see what's coming up, follow it along, view it on cable TV also. So we are now at item number 5 on the agenda, commendations and proclamations. And 5A is always a good one for all of us here, and I have confidence in speaking for all of us. And we're going to be swearing in some of our police officers. So, our clerk, Ms. McCarthy, is coming with me. We'll do that. And I'll be joined by Deputy Mayor Phil Kramer.
off by thanking all the men and women of the police department for all their support in the past year and a half. We've come great leaps and bounds, and I'd like to also thank the governing body, because when I took over, we were a little understaffed, and they have been very gracious in giving me all the support and funds to bring the department back up to speed when it comes to staffing, so I'd just like to thank them for that. Officer Schwartz comes to us from the Princeton University Police Department. He was with them for 2 years, and prior to Princeton University Police Department, he was in the United States Army, and he did do a tour for his country in Iraq. So we thank you for your service. And you signed to the midnight shift.
solemnly swear I will support the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, that I will bear true faith and allegiance, to the same, and to the governments established in the United States, and in this state, under the authority of the people, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of police officer of the Township of Franklin, according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Officer McCarthy comes to us from the New Jersey Institute of Technology Police Department. She worked there for 4 years. She's currently enrolled in Seton Hall University in the graduate program, and in the year 2009, she was voted by her peers at NJIT the Officer of the Year. So we wish Megan the best, and currently she's assigned to the afternoon shift.
I, Andrew Welsh, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, that I bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and to the governments established in the United States, and in this state, under the authority of the people, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of police officer of the Township of Franklin, according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Officer Welch comes to us from the Ocean Gate Police Department, which is at the Jersey Shore. He has 3 years of experience, and he's a volunteer firefighter and an EMT, so his training officers already joked around that hope that it's perfect in emergency services unit. But we wish him the best of luck too, and he will be assigned to the afternoon shift. So that includes the police department part of it, but again, I want to thank everybody for all their support over the years with the police department, and we will, as you can see by the hiring, continue to hire the most experienced and professional officers out there. Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is Environmental Commission Stewardship Award. Dr. Chase, Councilman Chase, want to join me? He's our environmental guru. And I'll also ask our former mayor, John Clyde. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Good evening. Is this on? Yeah, I guess so. I'm Arnold Vernick, Chairman of the Environmental Commission, and it gives me a pleasure to present our 6th annual Environmental Stewardship Award. And that is one thing that we devised to recognize an individual for outstanding contribution to the environment of Franklin Township. In the past, we've honored some terrific people. But I think this year we're honoring someone that has really up above and beyond contributed to the environment of Franklin Township, and that's John Luce. No one deserves the award more than John. Just briefly, and I'm going to have to read all this stuff. John is a longtime resident of Franklin Township, as most of you know. He served the township in many ways. John is a consultant in the area of open space, farmland preservation, and property management. And he's worked in Franklin Township in land preservation for 10 years, since 2002. In this capacity, he's assisted Franklin Township in all aspects of its efforts to preserve and maintain open space, farmland, and historic sites. This includes negotiating with landowners for the permanent preservation of their land as either open space or farmland, and directing the stewardship and management of over 2,275 acres of township-owned open space, including overseeing all efforts to have trails, signs, parking, etc., installed and maintained in the open space. He's designed and overseen the construction of over 21 miles of township trails. John has also prepared the Eco Heritage Tourism Plan and associated map that identifies all Eco Heritage tourism opportunities in the township that many of you probably used and are familiar with. He's also prepared the township's farmland preservation plan. John has served as a commissioner and is now vice chairman of the Delaware and Raritan Canal Commission. He's a founding member and chairman of the Somerset County and Franklin Township Open Space Advisory Committee. In the past, he was a member of the Township Planning Board, a commissioner of the Somerset County Board of Elections, and a founding trustee of the Friends of 6 Mile Run Recreation Site. So it gives me great pleasure to make this award to John. Let me just read it to you all. Franklin Township Environmental Commission 2012 Environmental Stewardship Award, presented to John Luce in recognition of outstanding efforts to protect and preserve the environment through environmental stewardship and innovative thinking. John?
Thank you. I really appreciate this. When Arnold started off saying, in the past, we've presented this to a bunch of really good people, I was afraid he was going to say, but this year, things are a little different. I was a little nervous there, but no, it's really quite an honor to be recognized in your own town. It's quite humbling, I think, to get this, and it's really has been an honor for me to work in this town, both as a volunteer and as a paid consultant. And it changed my life in many ways. I learned so much from the people that I worked with here. An incredible team, whether it is the governing body that has supported the work of open space preservation and stewardship, whether it's the planning board that has a vision for this town, or all the advisory committees, open space, agricultural and trails. These are all dedicated people, and this award really has my name on it, but it should have about 100 people's names on it, because it's really been a team that's put this program together in this town. So thank you to the Environmental Commission. I appreciate it so much.
Congratulations. Oh, thank you.
And now, our former mayor and councilman, John Clyde, coming up. Of course, one of our great statesmen in town.
I know this is supposed to be about John Lewis, who shouldn't be walking out of the room right now. But I'm actually going to talk about my vacation to New Zealand and Australia for a couple minutes. Beautiful, beautiful country, New Zealand. And in Australia, I fell in love with the Sydney Opera House. It's a, Mr. Luce, stick around. It's a engineering triumph, and it's an architectural masterpiece. The architect, Oren Utzon, was a guy from Denmark who, because of a dispute, never saw the finish of the Sydney Opera House. In that way, John Lewis is much luckier, because he has seen the conclusion of a masterpiece that he was an indispensable part of creating. He's right. There's 100 other people that deserve credit and thanks for the work they've done to preserve open space in Franklin Township. But John, without you, you were part of the vision, you were part of the planning, and you were part of the implementation. One of the reasons why we were voted the 5th best town to live in this nation is because of all that open space that you helped to preserve. Generations to come will thank you for what you did in this town. It's an honor to have worked with you. Thanks, John.
And just as an overview of our open space, which Mr. Luce was integral of, and everyone who was involved, we're 40-some square miles, and between the federal, state, local, our preserved farmland, about a third of the town will never be built on, permanently preserved. So about 15 square miles is permanently preserved of our town. That's larger than most towns in the state. And for us, that's the pristine section of it. So thanks to you and the hundreds of other people, but tonight especially for you, Mr. Luce, thanks. Now we also have our FYI, Franklin Youth Initiative. I forgot. Right.
The Franklin Youth Initiative, yes.
Losing it.
Yes.
Okay. Mentoring program, commendation, and we're going to be joined by Councilwoman Roz Sherman. And Councilwoman Kimberly Francois, Councilman James Fasanella send their regrets. They can't be here due to some work obligations. They may show up a little bit later.
Come on, stand around me as I read all of this. Bruce, come on up. You too, absolutely. The commendation reads, whereas the following young men of the FYI mentoring program participated in 48 hours of community service assisting residents affected by Hurricane Sandy in the Warming Charging Center at the Senior Citizen Community Center. Rishi Mehta, Matthew Jordan, Chris Anderson, Xavier Sanchez, and Sean Sanchez. Now, therefore, we, Brian D. Levine, Mayor, Kimberly Francois, Councilwoman, and James Vasanella, Councilman of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, New Jersey, on behalf of the Township Council and all of the residents, do hereby commend and thank these young men
Want to make a,
for giving their time and assisting those in need during the days following Hurricane Sandy. Signed, Kimberly Francois, Councilwoman, James Vassanella, Councilman, and Mayor Brian D. Levine. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you for your wonderful job. Sean Sanchez. Rishi Mita. Matthew Jordan. Thank you. Xavier Sanchez. Thank you. Chris Anderson. Thank you all very much. And I'd just like to make mention of Bruce Medley, who heads up this program, who has done wonderful things for Franklin Youth Initiative, continues to do that work, and helping not only our young folks, but also other residents as part of their program. So thank you very much. Congratulations. Would somebody like to say some words? Yeah. Please.
Well, I would really like to thank the Township of Franklin and the council people for giving me this award. I think that all of us deserved it. I think we all did a very well job at what we did. I would also like to thank my mom and dad for, even though we were out of power for 9.5 days, you're still able to get me to senior center to volunteer and do my part as a resident of Franklin Township. And again, I thank the councilmen and people of Franklin Township.
All right, I'd like to thank the people of the Franklin Township, and it's an honor to help anybody in need. As I was working there for 48 hours, I met a lot of people, and it made me reflect on what I have, because I never lost power in Franklin Township, and I was happy to help everybody, but you have to help yourself first before you can help others, and that's what Franklin Youth Initiative made me realize. And I'd like to thank Bruce, the mayor, and also my parents for helping me.
Through this heartwarming center, it was a great experience. During Hurricane Sandy, many people, including my family, experienced a lot of problems. But I also found a positive outcome of this, and that was being able to help out other people. Honestly, it made a big difference to me, and I'm hopefully sure it made a big difference to everyone else as well. Thank you.
Council, Mr. Robert Von Locker, Mayor Levine, I just want to say thank you very much. I have been working with youth, seemed like all my life. People was there when I was coming up, and I told myself I was going to give back. I have ran programs in East Orange, Newark, Patterson, and been in Franklin Township for 19 years. What just happened a couple of weeks ago, I never had a group of young men, because I always teach about giving back to the community, being part of the community. For these young men to come out, because I didn't have power either, for them to come out and help other people, it spoke volumes. And I just took a step back and looked and said I was so proud of them. And of course I did some things for them along the way, but for them to give back at an early age, and I said something to all of them. I said, remember this day and these days to follow, because 10, 15 years from now, when y'all become successful community members, parents, Jersey Shore will not be the same. And when I said that to them, they all looked at me, and it finally hit home that they was a part of something real special. So I just want to say to all y'all make me proud for that. And thank you so much for giving me your time. Really appreciate you.
Okay, Councilman Vasnella couldn't make it tonight, and since he was asked to put this on, he asked me on his behalf to say that he wants to send his personal appreciation and his respect and acknowledgement for your service and your character that inspired him to help put on this commendation. And for those of us who went there, and many of us did, I was there at the senior center viewing it, what was going on for a few nights. There were people there, they were without power, they were getting warm, they were charging their phones, some were in search of shelter, some were in search of place to stay warm, and the young gentleman here would help them out. There was some food there, they'd help bring it to them, show them how it works, and always gentleman and kind. And as always for Mr. Medley, pleasure to always see you in action, and you've multiple fold given back to the community for whatever anyone's done for you over time. So thanks to you, and of course our manager, Mr. Vornlocker, who was at the helm there, seeing that everything gets done. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. As mayor, I'm proud on behalf of all of our 60,000 residents for what you do. Thanks.
These guys helped me out more than anybody else, so I want to say thank you to all of them, because I got to see them in action when they were out there, so thank you guys. I appreciate everything you did, okay? Thanks, guys.
Okay, we are now at item number 6 on the agenda. Mayor's report. Again, if you want an agenda, associated resolutions, ordinances, they're here by our clerk. Ms. McCarthy, please come and get them. I want to welcome everyone who's here and also viewing on our cable access channel. Anyone here who wishes to address the council, if you want to speak of something of a general nature, that'll come in a couple minutes. Item number 8, public discussion, and I'll let you know when that is. There'll be other times later on where you can speak on particular ordinances, and I'll certainly be clear to let you know that, but if you want to speak of some general nature, that'll come very shortly. Just as a reminder, our meetings are generally the second and fourth Tuesdays of the month, certain exceptions, December being one of them. We only have a meeting this day, which is the second Tuesday. We don't have it on the fourth Tuesday of December. Our next meeting will be January 2nd, which will be a council meeting, and our reorganization. Reorganization is when we pick the deputy mayor, appoint various committees, professionals in the town, and such as that. You can always go and see our township website. That's a great place for updates on what's happening in town. You can get email alerts on what happens too. So my mug for this meeting says Springwood. That's the home of Franklin D. Roosevelt, where it was in Hyde Park, New York. When I was there this summer, I saw many good things there for him and Eleanor Roosevelt, and I'm reminded to do that because it was just last week. We remember his famous words, December 7th, 1941, day which will live in infamy, and that put the U.S. on the road to being a superpower, and we have to remember never to take our freedom or goodwill for granted, because back then, 70 years ago, people, unlike today, weren't really sure the war would be won and things would be happening. We were also when you started in the midst of a Great Depression. Now it's a bad recession, pretty much the worst one since then, but people did persevere, and I'm saddened to see all the people and the young people have problems, but have confidence we'll come out. I'm also reminded of Eleanor Roosevelt, who was obviously a first lady who had a stellar model for first ladies to come, but was certainly someone great in her own right. The quick update, we are still from Hurricane Sandy. Again, at the peak, 90% lost power. We are doing very well since then, still continuing to pick up the brush in town. We did fare better than most towns, I have to say, and with a good management, good staff, good infrastructure, we forged ahead better than most also, in my opinion. If you're still having problems, you can still get in touch with FEMA. You cannot get assistance unless you register with them. 1-800-621-FEMA. Also, Small Business Administration is someone who can help out. Also, the IRS, State of New Jersey, have extended some deadlines for taxes if you are anywhere in New Jersey, so you can certainly look into how that helps. Also, and I'm often asked that we hear about this new tax that's going to come on for investment income and home sales, so I'm not going to go into the whole thing now, but in a nutshell, if you sell your house in 2013 or beyond, unless the law changes, you could be subject to an extra 3+% tax, but for the most part, if you're a married couple, your increase has to be over $500,000 and your household income has to be above $250,000, and you may be subject. If you're below those, you probably aren't, but I hope you win the lottery and you're subject to being in the highest tax bracket. I was at Drumthwacket in December, again, the governor's residence, where he had talked to us about various positions, various issues on things, giving us a foreshadow of what's happening next week. And there was also a conference called by the Vice President, Joe Biden, for a good number of mayors around the country. I think there are about 200 of us on the call, so I didn't get to chime in with my own question. And as a foreshadow to what he said, there may be expanded unemployment benefits, there may be changes on caps in income taxes. And one thing we said is, if there's anything from us, please do not, because you're trying to save money, shift any burdens to the state and local governments that the federal government provides, because we don't have any more resources than you do. And he gave us all an assignment to let him know the federal programs we could least afford to cut. So the one thing I've said so far is community development block grant, but I certainly want to hear anything from anyone else, and I'll pass that on. There was an event by Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital that I was at in the last week, and I shamelessly lobbied to have them build and expand facilities here in Franklin, and said that we have great space, we have great workers, we have great code people. We'll help them along and get them good facilities. That wraps up most of what I have to say. Again, our website is a great place to find out what's happening. And I try and put things out on my personal Facebook page. Sometimes that's informational, like during the storm. Sometimes it's just fun, but it's something we can do also. So I'm glad all of you are here. Have a good winter holiday, whichever one is you celebrate or do not. And that concludes the mayor's report. So we go to item number 7, the deputy mayor's report. So Deputy Mayor Bill Kramer.
Thank you. So at the last meeting, we may recall that Councilman Wright was a bit exercised about the delay in sidewalks being prepared, or at least that issue going through. And I think a very valid point that he had is a failing of the town and this body sometimes is we have great ideas and they vanish into echoes that we forget about. And I think we need a system to stop that. So I've spent some time discussing with the manager my suggestions on that, and it kind of starts with a simple spreadsheet that when we come up with an issue, it goes on the spreadsheet. This would be, I'll leave it to our IT staff as to how to make it available to all councils so that we can look at it, see where the issue is, see where the next action item is, say it goes to the Open Space Committee or the Public Works Committee, et cetera. So I'm working through this rough idea with the manager, and then I'll pass it on to the admin committee and let them pick it up. That way, projects, important projects like this that we all agree are great ideas, don't dwindle, but they move forward. And that's all I have for the deputy mayor's report.
Okay, thank you. We're now at number 8, public discussion. So in a moment, we're going to get to this. If you want to say something of a general nature, this is the time. After this, we're going to go into those couple council discussion items which were moved forward. So for public discussion, our policy is one person can come up per meeting, once per meeting. And when I ask, raise your hand. And when I call on you, come to the podium, give us your name and address. And our policy is that it's 5 minutes per person. We don't yield time. Please direct all the comments to the council, and if any of us can answer, I'll so direct. We'll try and do that for you if we can. It's when you come up, please note that it is being videotaped for our cable access and audio taped, and so that we hear you best. Keep yourself about 3 or 4 inches from the microphone and speak into that, and then we'll get that for you. And so we're always happy to hear anything that is on your mind. So is there a motion to open the meeting for public discussion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public discussion on any item of interest. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand. When I recognize you, come to the podium and give us your name and address, please. Yeah, Mr. Cataract, please come on up.
I want to speak on the...
What's that? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, on 14A, it's a second reading. That's a particular ordinance. Yes, I'll ask for response directly on that. I'll keep my eye on you. Yes, yeah, come on. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Nice to see us again.
Same here.
A couple of things, very brief. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Read your name and address.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
sorry.
say your name and
You know me, Brian.
Yeah.
Steve Holzinger, 89 Sydney
For the-
Place.
Record, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, no, fine. Thanks.
Okay, a couple things, just very briefly. As you know, there's been some new public transit in Franklin Township, and the township has helped us market it, and it's going pretty well. So I want to thank you for that. But I was a little disappointed today on my way home from work when I went past the bus stop on Easton Avenue that was taken down by Sandy, and I've been waiting for the township to fix it. And they did. They removed it. There's no bus stop there anymore. There's a heavily used bus stop, not only by our public transit riders, but by students. It's a huge bus stop for students. So I hope and pray that it was taken down with the intention of rebuilding it. I'm not sure if you realize it, but when New Jersey Transit puts a bus stop up, they pay for it, and then it becomes the property of the township. And the township's responsible for maintaining it, and which the township has done. They shovel the snow out of it when it snows, and they've done a good job. I just hope and pray that goes back up, because it protects a lot of people every day from the weather.
Not to interrupt,
Yes, go ahead.
that bus stop is on schedule to be replaced by New Jersey
Excellent. I was hoping-
Transit. So
Yeah.
you can just
Excellent, I was hoping that.
put your fears aside.
Thank you very
That's
much,
already been
Mr.
taken
Warlock.
care of.
I'm very happy about that.
Good.
The other thing I wanted to mention briefly was about the Sewerage Authority and the possible vote tonight on whether or not to do a study. I would just ask, I'm not quite sure how to say this, I want to be kind. There's a lot of reasons to say no to this. A lot of reasons, and you know how I feel. I've spoken before at meetings about it, and I can't stress enough what I've seen in other townships, East Brunswick, Monroe, who's done it. User fees double, service gets cut in half, the sewage falls apart. The sewage system falls apart if it's not properly run. Not to mention the fact they have $17 million in bonds out, which would negatively affect the township's bond rating, which would affect us all with capital, as I'm sure you know. And mostly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We have one of the best sewer systems in the state, maybe the best in the state. If it ain't broke, please don't fix it. Not to mention the fact that this, in my opinion, it's not worth paying $27,000 to do a study, especially if you've already decided to do it. But I throw these numbers around. I don't know that they're accurate, but I'm pretty sure they are, that the study will cost about $27,000. And I know that there are millions of reasons to take it over. Let's just say that. The last thing is, when I spoke about this at a meeting a couple of months ago, the executive director of the Sewage Authority was here, who has not been talked to before this vote, which I think is kind of unprofessional. But she was here, and I spoke. I had never met her before, and she has offered to give me a tour of the Sewage Authority, of their pump stations and so forth. And I've reached out to the mayor and Councilman Reagan, and that's going to take place hopefully next Thursday or Friday. Certainly you are all welcome to come. I think it would be more instructive if we could also tour some of the township's water facilities, but I guess that would be up to Mr. Vornlacher and the Public Works Director. But I'm just throwing that out there. I'm certainly going to go to the Sewage Authority, and I'm hoping that the mayor can come, and Councilman Reagan has already told me that he will certainly come. It's not carved in stone yet, but it should be sometime on Thursday next week. So I will let you know when that date is carved in stone, and certainly anyone is welcome to come. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holsinger. Anyone else wish to speak at this point? Of a general nature?
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one come forward, I make a motion that we close public session.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Public discussion is closed for this meeting. Thank you very much. Usually we'd go now to standing committee reports. What happened in the beginning is 2 items were moved up, 11A and 11C, to be done now. First of these, 11A, dredging of Delaware and Raritan Canal from Kingston to Amwell Road. And we've got a presentation for that. I see the computer is, I think, set up for that. Who's doing that? Okay. Oh, yeah, right, okay. Yeah, come on right up. You can... So you want to... Yeah.
I'm going to start it, and the professional team over here is really do it.
Tell us who you are and give us the...
I'm Henry Patterson. I'm the executive director of the New Jersey Water Supply Authority, which operates and manages the DNR Canal for water supply. Some of your drinking water is coming out of there. The canal is, and I think that's a picture of it. No, it's not. From over there, it looked like water, but it's not. It's a 180-year-old man-made structure that needs tender, loving care every day of the year. In certain years, it needs more tender, loving care. And we have been planning on a dredging of the canal. It does not flush itself like a river for a while, from 10.5 miles from Route 27 in Kingston up to Amwell Road. We've had numerous meetings with different interest groups. We've had at least 2 meetings with the professional staff in Franklin Township. We've had 2 public meetings in this room. We're planning on having another public meeting in this room sometime this winter. I've talked to various...
Excuse me, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Is your mic on?
I have no idea.
Oh, give it a little tap with your finger.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry?
Yeah, just keep yourself about 3-4 inches, speak right into it.
So
thank
the Water Supply Authority, we plan to start the project construction a year from this coming spring. So we still got some time here. We're working on permitting with both state and federal agencies. The authority put together a consulting team, Urban Dredging, which is a joint venture with O'Brien and Gear and Anchor QC. And I'm really going to turn it over to Bob DiLorenzo from O'Brien and Gear, which is now the joint venture with Urban Dredging, who is the project manager. And he's going to run you through where we are, where we're going to be going. Also have Ram Mohan, who's from Anchor QC, who's the dredging guru. And on my Water Supply Authority staff, Sharmila Raman, and Mark Sharmila is the project manager from our office, and Mark Brooks is our acting chief engineer. So we just wanted to kind of run the council through where we were and where we're going to be going with this. So I'll turn it over to Bob, and please ask questions as you see fit.
Good evening. My name is Bob DiLorenzo. Not only am I the project manager for this excellent project, but also a resident of Franklin Township living in the Somerset area. I'd like to begin the presentation with a project overview as far as the dredging and the evaluations getting us to this point. And speaking about that is going to be Ram Mohan.
Good evening. I'm Ram Mohan, I'm part of the urban dredging team. I'm here to give you an outline of the dredging concepts that we have studied and the recommended plan. If you can go to the third slide there. Yep. So the objective of the project is to maintain the water supply of the canal and bring it back to the original design conditions of the 7-foot water depth in the area of interest. You know, a lot of us actually use the canal system. We actually, you know, bike along the towpath, so the canal is near and dear to our heart. We know the public use in the canal as well. So first and foremost, in terms of our objectives, would be to protect, you know, the historical integrity of the canal, protect the water use, as well as the public's use of the canal. You know, minimize the disruptions during the project implementation phase, as well as maintain the technical quality to implement an efficient and cost-effective project. So to back up a little bit, the objective, you know, in terms of maintaining the water conveyance capacity of the canal, based on surveys, we have determined that we need about 270,000 cubic yards of material, of sediment that has been silted in the canal over you know, the last several years, that needs to be dredged and moved out of the canal to maintain the water supply capacity. This translates to about you know, a range of sediment thickness, typically around 2 to 2.5 foot average, that needs to be, you know, removed from the system. As part of this, we will also be moving about 45,000 cubic yards of sediment from the authorities' stockpile area, and you know, one of the key objectives of the project is to find a beneficial reuse of the sediment. So the material that we're removing, we will be using, you know, reusing from a beneficial perspective. That's a goal, so that, you know, we find a attractive end use for the material. If we can go to the next slide. We looked at the one after that, actually. Thank you. We looked at four basic techniques. So when you talk about dredging, you can either move the material mechanically, which is essentially a bucket, you know, as you can see on the upper right photo over there, and then you can either do it in the wet or in the dry. So we looked at all techniques. The dry would involve dewatering of the canal. You know, we'd have to cut down trees. We'd have to do. It's a very intrusive process. So the team's recommendation to the authority was that we do not proceed with that plan. What we recommend is a hydraulic dredging approach, which you can see a picture on the lower left of the slide. Essentially, it's a floating equipment that can dislodge the sediment. We will convey the sediment along floating pipelines on the edge of the canal, which will run along the banks of the canal to the eventual dewatering area, where we will, you know, dewater the sediments using one of two ways. If you move to the next slide, please. You will see on the upper right corner photo, that is what we call a geotube. So essentially, it's imagine like a filter fabric based bag into which the sediment slurry would be pumped into. Once the material gets filled in the slurry, it'll naturally dewater through the pore spaces in the bag, and so it's a very passive dewatering system. And then the return water would be treated and returned to the canal. The second option we're leaving as part of the contract to make it very you know, cost effective is the lower photo there, which is essentially a mechanical filter press. So this is actually, this press actually squeezes the sediment, you know, that is conveyed by the pipeline, thereby densifying it so that, you know, it can be returned to near natural conditions, and then it can be trucked out, you know, for the eventual beneficial use. If you move to the next slide, as part of the project, we will be protecting the canal system. The way we envision this project to be implemented, between each of the bridges along the canal, we call it approximately, a reach. So our plan is that we will implement the project on a reach-by-reach basis. We estimate it'll take us about 3 construction seasons, so that's about 3 years to implement the project. We assume that it'll go 5 days a week, and it'll go from the permitted construction window, which is anticipated to be between June and November timeframe. And as we are doing the project, we will have curtains, as you can see on the upper right photo there. That is to protect the canal water sources, water supply from any kind of turbidity or disturbances that might occur within the work area. So on either edges of the work area, we would have these, curtains, if you will, to protect turbidity. We will also have, because of the length of the canal, we will also have the booster pumps as part of the conveyance process. So when you pump hydraulically, we will need to install these additional auxiliary pumps to supply additional energy to move the material several miles to the dewatering area, which is along the Trap Rock, one of the Trap Rock owned properties. At this point, I'll turn over to Mr. Bob DiLorenzo to talk about the trucking routes and some of the other aspects of the project.
The next slide, please, ma'am. Yeah, again, what I'd like to do is basically walk you through quickly to give you a brief overview of how the project would be conducted, just so you get a better handle on that. Again, as Ram had noted, the canal was divided into 6 reaches, and again, those reaches were basically delineated based upon bridges, other structures that would impede the dredge from moving down the canal. The first, again, dredging would start over at Route 27, would then proceed to Washington Street, so that's the first reach to Washington Street. The second reach would be from Washington Street to a pedestrian footbridge, which is in the canal. The third reach would be from the pedestrian footbridge to the Griggstown Lock. The fourth from Griggstown Lock to the Griggstown Causeway, from the Griggstown Causeway to Blackwell Mills Road, and then finally from Blackwell Mills Road to Amwell Road. And that's the extent of the 10.5 miles that would be dredged. Ram had also noted that what'll be happening is you're going to have the dredge in the water, and you'll have your series of booster pumps. The booster pumps will basically pump the slurry to a site, which at this point is 1391 Canal Road. It is a property owned by Trap Rock. It is currently used for farming, I believe, hay, and they have will allow the authority to use up to 8 acres of that property for the dewatering site, which will be either belt filter presses or geobags, okay, for dewatering. And at that point, you're going to have trucks coming out with the dewatered sediment, and they will be traveling from 1391 Canal Road to 518, and then going either east or west to the beneficial reuse site. So they'll be minimizing the traffic on Canal Road with that. That's approximately half a mile, again, distance from that particular property to Route 518. And that will be going on through the term of the project. Again, as Ram noted, it's 3 seasons. Actual active dredging, production dredging, right now looks like it's going to be from June 1st through November 30th. That may change based upon permit conditions and discussions with DEP. The next slide. Yeah, to allow for the hydraulic dredge to basically navigate, there's going to be a need for some tree trimming along both the towpath and the canal roadside. And that's basically because you have some trees that are basically lying in the canal, where you have trees whose branches basically project out over the canal. So to allow the hydraulic dredge to move forward and basically do its job of basically removing these sediments, some of those trees are going to have to be trimmed. So that will be happening. There'll also be some emergent wetlands that need to be removed under a temporary basis only. The next slide, please. So what I want to do is basically walk you through what we envision happening. So again, what'll happen is you'll start at Reach 1, Route 27, to Route 518.
Okay.
And we're looking at, over at, the next slide, please. At Route 27, we're going to have the contractor staging area. What'll happen at that area, again, this is Flemmer's Preserve, is the contractor will be laying or fusing his pipe together. That'll be floated within the canal. And that'll be about a 2-month process, and then all the pipe will be in the canal, and that area is no longer necessary. The hydraulic dredge will then be brought in and dropped into the canal. And at that point, the canal will start being dredged by the hydraulic dredge moving downstream towards Route 518. The dredge will then make its way back up to Route 27, where it'll then be taken out, put onto a lowboy, a truck, if you will, a trailer, and then move down to the next access area. And that's, you can go to the next slide, please. Well, the next one. Next slide, please. That is at the footbridge, and that's going to give the contractor access to 2 reaches, reach number 2 and reach number 3. So what'll happen is the hydraulic dredge on the trail will be moved to the site. A crane will basically pick the hydraulic dredge up, place it in the water. The dredge will make its way up to Route 518. The floating pipeline will be connected to it, and it'll continue dredging down to the pedestrian footbridge. When it gets down to the footbridge, again, it'll be removed at that access area. A crane will pick it, drop it on the other side, and then it'll make its way down to the Brickstown Lock. And it'll be brought back up, moved out of that area, and move on to the next one. So again, we have that one area by the pedestrian footbridge. Next slide, ma'am. And again, these are some photos of the area around access area 2. If you go with the next slide, that shows the 2 potential areas that can be used by the contractor to handle access area or zone 4, I believe that is, which is reach 4. And again, the contractor would place the canal or place the dredge in the canal, move his way down. He may decide to use the area down by the intersection of Canal Road and Coppermine Road. And again, placing the hydraulic dredge within the water is going to be a 6 to 8 hour process, which may result in temporary detouring requiring. And along this area, we see it basically occurring around Coppermine Road, the old Georgetown Road. So you'll be keeping traffic moving. They just won't be able to use that particular area for 6 to 8 hours. And again, that might occur once every 3 to 4 months. So it's not going to be a continual disruption. There'll be a disruption in the traffic every 3 to 4 months. And again, at the next slide, it just gives you a flavor for the area around the Griggstown Lock and Causeway. Next slide, please. Again, area 4, this shows you another area that we're looking at the contractor possibly using, which is along Canal Road and Coppermine Road. Next slide, please. And again, this is access area 5. Again, in the general vicinity of access area 4, we're looking at giving the contractor 3 potential areas along this reach, with the contractor basically selecting only one of those areas for his active access area site. The reason being is we want to get all the permits together with the DEP so as not to hold the project up once he starts the contract work. The next slide, please. And again, there you see some photos of that particular area. Access area 6, which is basically for getting it to reach number 5, again, that between the Griggstown Causeway and the Blackwell's Mills Road, is basically at the North Brunswick Water Treatment Plant. If you've driven down there right by Sudium Lane, you can see it as an open area, and that's where we plan on using for the contractor's access to reach number 5 in that particular area. And again, the next slide, please. And that's access area 5. Next slide gives you photos of that particular area. Next slide. And this is the last area, which is access area 7, again, which is East Millstone Park. And again, at this location, the contractor would be placing the dredge in the water. And he may also decide to use that area for the pipe fusing procedure, which again would take up to 2 months, and then it would be devoid of any contractor equipment. And again, all of these sites will be restored back to their existing conditions once the work is completed. So again, it is a 3-year process. Again, there'll be 6 months active dredging. During the time when the dredging is not occurring, there'll be tree trimming going on to make sure we stay out of the foraging season and the hibernation season of turtles and various species of animals. Again, the DEP and National Marine Fish Wildlife Service and the DEP are looking into, what windows will be allowed for trimming trees and for dredging. But that's basically, what we're looking at for the project. You can go to the next slide, please. The following. And again, what we did do is we have had several meetings over the last 2 years with various canal stakeholders. We've had, in fact, as Henry had noted, 2 meetings here. We spoke with the Canal Commission. We spoke with Canal Authority members. And we did get a lot of feedback to select the selected alternative. And the next slide basically gives you a overall schedule for the project. And I just want to state that there will be, again, for this project, there will be a level 2 EID, which is going to require a public hearing, and we will let you know when that public hearing is so that you can place that announcement in your newsletter to tell the residents of Franklin when and where that's going to be. I guess if there are any questions.
Yeah, I have a question. The operation in East Millstone using actually the turning basin, I guess, is where you're going to be immediately adjacent to Amwell Road. Is that where the park in East Millstone, that's where you'll be?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time of year you'll be doing that?
Just thinking out and projecting, it would probably be somewhere around, I want to say, July, August.
Okay.
Area.
There's a Canal Fest that everyone here knows I talk about in October, and they use that area, so that would be of interest. Maybe 3 years from now, as you get closer to that, we'll need to.
Well, again, one thing we can do is in the
Coordinate.
final contract documents, we can provide a listing of any special events or time the contractor cannot do any work, so that he's made up for that and no work occurs during that particular time period.
That'd be great. And then you mentioned boosting stations, pumps. What are those powered by?
Those are diesel powered, sir.
So I expect they would have some noise volume to them.
Correct. They will be, basically, the engines will be enclosed in sound attenuation mat.
But they'll be stationary. So when you're working, say, you're about to dredge that last inch before Amwell Road, are you pumping 10 miles down the canal?
I will be pumping about 2.5 miles down, 8.5 miles down the.
Okay, so that means someone 6 miles south of East Millstone may have a pump in front of their house for a couple of years.
That is correct.
So how loud? And is it possible that maybe with different cycles you can move that pump so that spread the wealth?
That could be looked at also, sir.
Yeah.
Or at least try to locate it where there isn't a house.
Right, where there isn't a house, but if there has to be a house, maybe that one person doesn't get it for 3 years. Okay, but even, I mean, right.
I think it's a good, excellent suggestion to try to rotate it.
Yeah.
Share the wealth. I think that's an excellent suggestion.
Yeah.
As far as the canal fair, we've already been working with the Canal Park. There are other events too. We have been working with Patricia Callister at the park. It's supposed to have to get permits from her. To make sure that they are aware what we're doing, we're aware of what they're doing. To do the best we can to keep out of each other's way.
Right, she may not be aware, this is a town thing, but we'll talk. I mean, we're going to notice you're around and,
You know where we live.
yeah, so, okay. Very good. You've been very responsible in the way you've been doing this, and I appreciate that you coordinate with us.
Any other questions?
Councilman Chase?
The public meeting here about a year ago, the suggestion was made that it might be simpler to move the pedestrian bridge temporarily and let the dredge play through rather than moving the dredge around the pedestrian bridge, and that was received with some interest at that time. I just thought I'd ask, have you considered that further?
Well, I did look at that personally and looked at how it was basically tied into its foundation. And based upon the age of that structure and how it's tied in, I think most contractors would have a problem moving that because then they basically bought it and would have to repair it or replace it after they had removed it.
That's the whole idea.
And the other issue, if you look at the pilings for that footbridge, they aren't wide enough to where you're going to be able to get a dredge through that, so you'd also be taking out the pilings for that footbridge, which would be problematical.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yeah, I realize it's the canal you're dredging, but will there be an effort made to keep in contact with the Millstone Raritan Flood Commission, which I know most of the towns you had on there that you've already talked to,
Yes.
had hearings at? I realize it's the canal, not the rivers, but hopefully they're going to be doing some field work, Army Corps of Engineers. There's all sorts of possible efforts in the pipeline, so just for the accessibility and making sure that it doesn't interfere with any work. Okay, as the project progresses, just so they're aware of all the steps or changes that may be occurring. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have just a quick
Yeah,
question.
Councilwoman Sherman, please.
Thank you. I'm just curious, what happens to all of the sediment that is removed? Where does it wind
The
up?
sediment would be dewatered and it would be taken again to a beneficial reuse site. Let's say, for example, I know there's one now going on over at the NL Industries. They're basically going to redevelop what used to be the National Lead Site. I mean, that's a possibility. There are facilities down in South Jersey, Belmar, again, which were contaminated properties, and they use the material as intermediate fill, and then they cap it, and they could build parking areas on it. For, I guess, locally, if you look at it, and again, this was a job that O'Brien and Gear was involved with, was the old American Cyanamid property. If you look at that whole area, the Somerset Patriots ballpark, yeah, that whole area there was contaminated, and it was basically filled in, it was capped with the asphalt for the parking driveways, and they built up all these stores and the ballpark. So that's the type of project that the material would be used in.
Right. One other, just curiosity question again. How does the weather affect this? You know, that area floods. And are you how do you deal with that? Are you able to, does that stop everything, or do you work through that?
They would basically stop until, again, the canal, if the millstone comes up over, and that basically the millstone influences the canal doesn't influence the millstone. The contractor would basically tie up all of his equipment and basically wait until the event passes.
I suspect the contractor would use the RFAC stages just like I do at home, we do with our equipment. We cannot deny that the millstone doesn't flood up, we all know it does. Whatever contracts will have to be responsible for the documents. It's a good point to discuss internally. They gotta get their stuff out. They need it. And that's a risk that if I were the contractor, I'd be very careful about. Clearly, we know better. Hardwood's closed.
All right.
I know better. I don't drive that way to work anymore. I know not much rain sometimes.
It's not even the causeway. Three times in the last 14 years, Canal Road, where I am, has been 5 feet underwater, so.
The big numbers, the Irenes,
Okay, other questions, comments?
Just quickly, Mayor, do you see any time during this project, the several-year project, or when it's done, having any consequences, negative or positive, with the overall flooding situation relative to it's pretty much separate? So just, no, I didn't think, I just want to be clear, because people in the public, since it's so close, maybe. No, I, yeah, being on the flood commission is just, there's a great sensitivity there, as you probably know. That, yeah. So, and you'll keep in contact with them about the project. That's my only concern. Whatever you could do to keep as much information flow as possible with the commission over the years. Thank you.
And the one last thing I'd like to say is that the New Jersey Water Supply Authority does have on their website a link to all information dealing with the canal dredging project.
It does. There's currently a link on our website to the Water Authority for this project.
Okay, other questions, comment from council? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate the update. Okay, so we had changed the agenda. Now item 11C, tax appeal attorney. So, see, Mr. Raffinello, our tax appeal attorney, at the podium.
So you can either be at the podium or you can sit at the table, whichever you're most comfortable with. My name is on this, but this was actually financial oversight, asked for the tax attorney to speak. There were some questions throughout the year about the hiring of this firm. We've reviewed their performance 3 times prior to yesterday. Throughout the year, we've been tracking it very closely. Throughout the year, it seemed that they had done well, but we thought that it would be appropriate for the public to see how this team has done.
If you want to introduce yourself also.
Yes, I will. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, staff. My name is Richard Raffinello. I'm a member of the law firm of Schaefer and Raffinello. We're located in Burnsville. I am the gentleman in the firm, or the partner in the firm, who is responsible for the handling of your tax appeals. And I obviously have associates in my firm who work for varying types. One of those associates is my right here, Greg Pasquale. Tonight he's my IT guy. Okay, and you'll see that your assessor, Rick Carabelli, is here as well this evening to assist in any questions you may have about tax appeal. As the Deputy Mayor indicated, over the year 2012, I appeared before the Financial Oversight Committee, I think with last night being 3 occasions, during which time we would speak about things like tax appeals and how many there are and how are we doing with them, and the assessor was always present, and in general try to give the Financial Oversight Committee an understanding of where we stood at that point in time. And we did that last evening. And last evening, for last evening's meeting, I prepared a more comprehensive document. I believe you have it in your package. A listing of all of the tax appeals that are presently outstanding. When I say a listing of them, they tell you what properties, what the assessed value of those properties are, who the attorney is on the other side. And in addition to that, I attached a short summary of those things. And we went over that last night. Now, this evening, what I would like to do is present to you some slides with commentary by myself and any questions you might have, which sort of summarizes that which I gave you in a written document and that which I spoke to the Financial Oversight Committee initially. Now, when we undertook the representation of the township for tax appeals, we received from prior council 512 tax appeals. Okay, now that doesn't mean 512 different pieces of property. That means 512 appeals. Those appeals may include 4 or 5 years of that same property. Okay, but they're all separate appeals. During the year, there were filed 147 tax appeals appealing the assessment for the year 2012. Now recognize that what I'm speaking about this evening is state tax appeals only. There are 2 types of appeals, as you all I'm sure know, depending upon the jurisdictional amount: county tax board appeals, state tax board appeals. I think the thing that you'll be primarily interested in is the state appeals, and that's what we're directing our attention to this evening. So, during the year, there were 267 appeals resolved by trial, by settlement, or a dismissal on motion, leaving us today with 392 active litigated tax appeals. That's where we stand in my office right now. I have 392 files that I work on a daily basis. Now, tax appeals pending, those 392, they relate to the years 2007 through the years 2012. And what this is telling you is how many appeals are presently pending for each year and how many properties they deal with. Okay? And in the far right column, it tells you as to those appeals, there are two appeals, for instance, in 2007, which are presently outstanding, and they represent some $47,284,000 in ratables. Total appeals pending, well, I said to you that there are 392 pending. Total appeals pending represent $3,777,000,000 in your ratables. Okay? Your total ratables for 2012, which are 21,656 line items, that means properties. Your total ratables are $9 billion. Okay? Now, recognize that 3,777 are ratables for those 5 years. So it's not, you can't make a comparison to that 392 and the 21,000 because the 21,000 line items are your total ratable base for 2012. All right. Now, what has our firm done with regard to all of these matters? What this next slide will show you is the type of work that your tax attorneys do. Trials in state tax court, trials Somerset County Board of Taxation, pre-trial preparation in all of these complaints, answering complaints filed for a 12-year, responding to discovery, and generally handling these files on a day-to-day basis. We make court appearances every other Wednesday in Trenton. That's where your cases are heard, in the tax court in Trenton. You'd be interested in knowing that as regards that, your cases are here heard by one judge, a judge by the name of Patrick Almeida, who handles the cases in South Jersey and Central Jersey. Okay. There are presently pending, you'll find this interesting, about 60,000 backlogged tax court cases. Okay? So I'm sure you would understand, just on the basis of that, you don't try cases every day in Trenton. Okay? Because you have one judge, there's only 2 judges in Trenton. There are other judges around the state handling municipalities, other councils, but in Trenton, there's only 2 judges. Okay? And then we go on and on. During the year, we handle all kinds of pretrial work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Next. Now, what has happened with regard to tax appeal trials in 2012 handled by the law firm of Shane Schaefer Raphael. We tried 10 cases during the year. Now, it's important for me to tell you, and your appraiser, your assessor will tell you, we don't take trying cases lightly. We try not to try cases. We try to resolve them amicably with your taxpayer. Okay? A trial happens only when, and I don't think there's any exception to this rule, only when we find that the taxpayer and the taxpayer's appraisal expert is just being totally unreasonable, okay, and asking for a reduction in the assessment, okay, which maybe their appraisal expert says should happen, but our appraisal expert says, I support the assessment. The assessment that Mr. Carabelli has on there, perfectly fine, right, and no reductions. And even in those instances, I would say, we still try to arrive at something that's reasonable. So, in these instances here during the year 2012, we were confronted with situations where the taxpayers came along and said, well, my assessment should be reduced by X amount of dollars, and we said that's absurd. We'll give you a few dollars, but they said no, so we were forced into trial. Now one of those. Two of them involved commercial appeals. In one instance, they were seeking a reduction in assessment that would have resulted in a $340,000 refund. Okay. We sat with them, and I believe we offered about $120,000. We offered a situation that we gave them about $120,000. They stuck to their $340,000.
Mr. Raphael, excuse me, you have to stay near the mic or the people watching on TV won't.
They stuck to their $340,000. We tried that case for 2 days, right? At the end of the 2 days, we were just about completing the case. They came to us and they said, that settlement that you offered us, $120,000, can we still talk about that? We said, absolutely not. Okay? The way the case has come out, we don't want to give you anything. All right? We wound up resolving it where we gave them a $28,000 refund. All right? So we saw that as a $322,000 savings to the town. Property number 2 is a case I was supposed to start a trial last week in Trenton. There were 3 years involved there. They were seeking a refund of $50,000 per year. Okay. Again, we found that they were being totally unreasonable. On the eve of trial, we were about ready to start trial. They withdrew their 3-year complaint, and we gave them somewhat of a small refund for 2013, which would be about $20,000. Okay, so there we saw that as we saved $150,000. Those were 2 commercial appeals. Residential appeals. Now this was an unfortunate situation where they were seeking refunds in the left-hand column, you can see, and we offered them all small refunds in those instances. These were large houses. You can see, I mean, the taxes were substantial. Again, we tried all of those cases before the judge in Trenton, and the judge found that they were entitled to no refund. So we prevailed in all of those cases. Okay. Now, if you add all of those cases up, and there's 9 cases I tried there. I tried another case, a very, very large piece of property that we're waiting for a decision on. Our savings was $545,000. Okay? Now, when I speak, so that we understand, when I speak exposure, what I'm talking about there is their appraisal expert came in and said the value of the property should be X amount of dollars, okay? Which means if the court agreed Well, that would result in a refund of, like in the first instance, $340,000. So that's what I mean when I speak to you in terms of, that's where our exposure was. If the court accepted what their appraisal experts said, okay, that's what the refund would be. In those instances, you see what the results would be, and ultimately a savings of $545,000.
Excuse me. Before you leave the slide?
Go ahead.
Oh, like it's
Councilman
relevant to
Vasanella.
this slide. Fantastic. And my questions aren't
Please.
meant to suggest anything, but I believe you're doing fantastic work. The exposure is one thing, but to give a little bit more realistic view of the savings, I imagine most of these had proposed offers, like you mentioned, 120,000
Yes.
as opposed to the 340.
Yes.
So if you added up all the proposed settlements, whether they came from their side or our side, could you give us an idea of how that would affect how that number would compare to the 545? And take it one step further, obviously there's legal costs involved. Still a win-win. And
Sure.
again, this is not meant to say anything negative about the work here, but to give some more realistic, or I should say, all the figures so we can understand it better. Could you elaborate a little bit on the legal cost for the cases there, and like I said, the proposed settlements to put it into context?
Okay, in property number 1, and Mr. Carabelli, if I misspeak on these numbers, please, they wanted a $200,000 refund, I think it was? It was more than that, okay. It was over 300, that's their request? Okay. Now, that case, I tried for 2 days, and so I'm just going to give you a rough estimate. Okay. So Mr. Carabelli reminds me we were there about a day and a half. That case was probably wound up in legal fees of about $10,000-12,000 for the trial work and the prep work. Okay. The next case, where now that case I was fully ready to go with. We didn't actually start the trial on that day, so it's pretty much prep time. Okay, that probably ran about $7,000, $7,500, that range.
Now, Mr. Raffnell, just to piggyback for Councilman Vasanella, if there's other things like we had outside appraisals or something, if you know of it, if you can put that into your summation, that'd be great.
I'm not asking, by the way, to give everyone a line item every one. I just want to kind of give a broader perspective of the actual savings.
Okay. Now, I can tell you on those next 7, they came to court with all had the same appraiser, okay? So I pretty much didn't have to prepare for 7 different appraisers. All of those savings probably cost you $6,000-7,000 in that case, because I sort of tried them as a package for the court. Does that answer your
No,
question?
that's fine. And again, although the savings aren't quite as much, obviously we're getting, whatever you want to call it, big bang for our buck by the investment we have in your firm and your performance.
Yeah.
But there are costs associated with it. And thank you. I'm done with that. Slide.
And appraisal costs, I don't really know what you spend for appraisal costs. I don't get involved in that, so. Okay, next. This one you'll like. You budgeted $160,000 to date. To date means yesterday. We've billed you $148,000. Through the end of the year, I'll come in right around that 160 because I'm right now preparing for a very large trial in January, beginning of January. And by the way, there's one matter on that board. There's one matter on that board that I didn't, and the reason I did not speak to it, it's I can tell you what it's the old AT&T building, 500,000 square feet. We tried that case. Okay. Now the reason it's not on that board is because I really didn't want to get into it because there are some other buildings comparable, so I really didn't want it to become too much a matter of public record, what we did in that case or anything like that, because I'm going to be trying some other cases that are very much like that property. And in that case, the judge reserved decision, but we feel pretty confident about that matter, too. There you've got like a $3 million exposure. Now, the last thing I really want to say to you is that we tried like 9 or 10 cases, okay? But really, in terms of time, that's not really where all of my time is spent. My time is spent. My time is spent really more so handling the day-to-day business in the 380 cases, okay? Things that come up, discovery, talking to counsel, talking settlements, meeting with Mr. Carabelli, things of that nature. You might also have some interest in knowing that in 2010, your prior counsel tried one case. In 2011, that counsel was different than the 10 counsel, tried one case.
Rich, and also, counsel, I'd just like to interject here in reference to 2011. Fiscal year 2011, our tax attorney billings amounted to about $276,000. So a little more than $276,000 as opposed to what's anticipated to be right in the neighborhood of about $160,000 for this year. And that, again, is one tried case in 11 and 10 tried cases in 12.
And the way we picked the 160 budget was that was what we picked for 2011, and even though the other attorney went significantly over it, we picked it as this so that at least a bell would ring when we passed that number. We kind of actually expected to pass that number. I didn't want you to hear that, but
I guess you're going to say, and if you do reappoint me, am I going to stay at that 160? Is that what you're going to say?
No, I'm going to say that you're going to get down to 150.
What do you think is the reason for that? I mean, that's an interesting fact that our manager pointed out. And, some people in the public might be going, we've been doing due diligence, who are we hiring? What do you think is attributable to?
That is so difficult to say. I mean, it would just be guesswork on my part. I mean, I certainly do know the counsel you handle that you had in 2011, and he's an upstanding gentleman. I have a lot of respect for him. But why he came in at 120,000 more, I really can't tell you. I mean, there were the same files that I handled, the same kind of matters, okay? And it doesn't seem as though he tried anything really big. He tried your golf course, Bunker Hill Golf Course. But why he was so much more, I really can't say.
Fair enough.
He's a gentleman. He's not a thief, So, but,
no, I wasn't insinuating anything. I was just curious, as I imagine members of the public. But fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Sherman?
Yes, I guess the question I had was on the county side. You didn't mention that at all. Does that mean there are no cases on the county side?
No, that doesn't mean that. How many county tax appeals did you? Two? There were two in 2012. Your assessor tells me there were 200 county board appeals. But understand, to be fair, in terms of what my involvement, I don't get involved in those other than the ones that are contested. I mean, Mr. Carabelli resolves most of those himself. Okay. They give us about, what, 7 days of hearings? Yeah, we use about 4 of those days, and I'll come in for those. But lion's share, more than lion's share, he deals with himself.
Yeah, thank you. There are many measurements for your performance. Obviously, the budgeted amount versus what you actually did charge, the number of cases tried. But I think another one ought to be, there used to be constant settlements that were negative to the township. And I think the settlement rate and the number is admirable. I don't see that many settlements anymore that are negative to us. So there is another, and how that impacts our budget and our ability to spend the money, the tax money that we have. So I just have to say thank you for what you've done.
That's why I wanted to give you that number of how much ratables are under appeal right now.
Right, but it's the actual impact on our budget
Yeah.
that really affects the taxpayers and our ability to use our money for the things that we would like to be using it for.
That's Mr. Carabelli that watches that.
While we're on there, and I've said this to you before, for me, okay, that's good, it comes in. The big concept is a fair assessment for our residents, our businesses. Hey, look, everyone makes mistakes. If we have to pay out, that's fine. If we get it back in, that's a bonus. And I guess it's our job to worry about all the money that we've got to do to run the town. So thanks for that, but and I know that's your main point too. So appreciate that.
Okay.
So,
Thank you all.
Oh, are you going? Oh, you're done?
I'm finished.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
have any-
Any other questions?
Okay, other questions?
The only question I would have,
Councilman
Mayor, is over the years, as I've watched us go through a few tax appeal attorneys and deal with onslaught of appeals, just so the public understands, we don't get involved in the negotiations, we don't get involved in the appraisal, we're the last stop in the approval of a settlement or hiring the tax attorney, things like that. But the only thing, and it's gotten better, and I think your work is excellent, say that, and I'm not someone who just says that, I think people know that. But I would like personally, if this isn't out of protocol, or attorney will let me know if it is, just to see more supporting documentation, so when there is a settlement that has a very large percentage in the drop in assessment, and I know there's legitimate reasons for that. You know, over the years, I've tried not to halt a settlement that was recommended a couple times. It was just so large without explanation other than, and I realize you have to use a template, boilerplate template most of the time, and that does suffice, but you know, just one example was a property that I believe there was some unusable aspects because of recently found out wetlands or environmental issues. I don't want to name the property. Had we had the documentation prior, it might have, I don't think it was myself who asked to hold until we got more information. So if you could just comment on that, and is it unreasonable for a council to expect the supporting documentation that they're being asked to vote on a large decrease in assessment? And could you give us any guidance in that respect? Again, not looking for every detail of every settlement.
In actuality, Mr. Carabelli and I were just talking about this last evening. Rick, you want to tell them what we were talking about in terms of giving them, when we submit something to them? Okay. Yeah. If it's okay, we are anticipating providing more information going forward. As a matter of fact, so that the members of your Financial Oversight Committee know, I am anticipating even creating something for them on whenever I come in, and I sort of, I guess, come in around quarterly, to give them a little bit, something like this, more on a quarterly basis. So, yeah, we do recognize a need and want to provide more information to you.
Okay, and overall, excellent. Just what I've seen, the changes over the years, and just presentation like this, and I know the lesser ones you make with the financial oversight, I think is what we've all been looking for over the years. So I thank you for bringing it to this level, and feel free to even come up with more innovative ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, thank you all.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so now we're going to go back to where we're on the agenda. We did items 11A and C. We're going to go to item 9, which is standing committee reports. Thanks for the time and presentation.
Thank you.
Would you call
Thank-
for, Mayor?
Thank you.
Standing committee reports. So first, we're going to do administration. Oh, do you want to
No,
go?
go ahead, go ahead.
Oh.
Go, 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 go.
Administration committee, Councilman Sherman?
There was a meeting that was postponed. We're not meeting again until the new year in January, so there is no report.
Okay, thank you. Second, Financial Oversight Committee, Deputy Mayor Kramer.
So the tax attorney presented to us, and I'd like to repeat that entire presentation. No. No, after that, actually a very important and somewhat related item, maybe we need to grab Mr. Carabelli out there if we need him, but one of the tax assessors, the field assessors position needs filling, in that there's been a retirement that will be effective at the end of the month. These are more or less statutory positions, and we have, as has been mentioned before, somewhat of a hiring freeze imposed informally on our manager. So he, in keeping with that, has asked us to proceed with this hire. So it's a position for a retired position in something that we have to do. The three people were present at financial oversight, the mayor, Councilman Regan, and myself, and it was the consensus of the financial oversight to allow this position. Unless other council members wish to chime in, I think the manager will proceed with that. We also discussed the sewage authority, which there's a separate council discussion item on, and we'll discuss that then. Mr. Hodgelick presented to us the concept of refinancing the 2007 series bonds. These are primarily open space bonds worth $380,000 over 10 years, and that would be our payments over 10 years. And this is the same idea as refinancing your mortgage. Rates are low, this would be an opportune time to do it, and it would save $380,000 over 10 years. So financial oversight gave the direction unanimously to go ahead and do that, unless council members wish to chime in on that. It seemed like a good idea to us. Then the recycling tonnage grant. So this is a grant we get for doing recycling based on tonnage. It's roughly $50,000 a year, maybe a little bit more than that. Since 2008, we've not used the money, and $304,000 has accumulated. There's limited ways we can use this money. We can't use it to buy trucks, even if they're used in recycling, because they would be used, such a small percentage of it would be used for that, that we can't do that. Basically, what we need to do is, virtually the only way we can use this, we cannot use it for the mini dump or something like that, is to use it to pay the county for our recycling, for the recycling they do. And it was suggested for good bookkeeping and financial reasons, and to even things out smoothly, to spend this over 3 years for that purpose, and to continue, as we keep getting the grant, to spend it each year for that purpose. That's essentially what it was meant for. And again, the Financial Oversight Committee agreed with that unanimously. Some discussion as to how many years to do it, but we took Mr. Hodgelick's recommendation of 3 years. So again, unless council disagrees. And then we discussed the Hurricane Sandy emergency appropriation, and that's on our the items to be voted on separately. It's the last item after the consent agenda. And we discussed the need to appropriate that money, emergency funds for Sandy. A large portion of that will be repaid by FEMA eventually. I think
The anticipated reimbursement from FEMA is 75% of costs related to the cleanup and actually the initial storm response and then the subsequent cleanup.
Right, and basically, we had a lot of police doing overtime. We have a lot of public workers doing, Department of Public Works working hard doing their overtime. And, there was a storm. It broke things. We have to go fix them, and we have to pay for it. That's what towns do. So that's why we have the emergency appropriation at the end. And that was about it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Public Safety Committee.
Mayor?
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes, we had a meeting scheduled, actually it was for today, upon the advice of management and staff involved. There's some ordinances and some other pretty good initiatives coming forward. With the storm, I believe we got backlogged with some of the preparation and paperwork, so we are having a meeting the first week of January, at which time I hope some of those ordinances and proposals we've been working on will come quickly to council.
Okay.
And in the line of public safety, just not our public safety committee, but the emergency management committee, just want to make sure I mention now, we'll be meeting, I believe it is next week, to go back and look at our response to handling the storm, which overall I believe was excellent. But again, we always learn from reviewing actions in our emergency responses in these situations. So I would imagine we will, Councilman Reagan or I will, one or both of us will attend and probably bring forward in January a summary of that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we've got Land Use, Open Space, Parks, and Recreation Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Wright.
We had a discussion of the Summerfield Development Agreement, the recreation component. The council discussed the requirement in the development agreement where Summerfield's, which requires the developer to build a public park off of Western Canal Road and to dedicate that park to the township at no cost to us. It was explained that the requirements imposed by the Delaware and Raritan Canal Commission may affect the ability to construct this park, particularly an access drive from Western Canal Road. The possibility of changing the development agreement to allow for a cash contribution equal to the developer's cost to construct the park was discussed in case the approvals were not possible. After much discussion, the committee indicated a preference to pursue with the developer and the DRCC all possibilities to have the park constructed rather than to give us a cash disbursement. Because in that disbursement, again, it would not equal what the developer would develop in that particular area. That cash contribution would be real low, and we just did not want to accept that. The nomination of the Peter, was that Burren?
Marion.
Yeah, Burren Stokes House for historic status. Councilman Chase explained the proposal to individually add 106 Georgetown Road, Block 9, Lot 46, to the Historic Preservation Ordinance. The Township Historic Preservation Committee has recommended in favor, and after discussion, the committee recommended in favor of the proposal. Open space items. Belmar Avenue, Block 285, Lots 3 through 7, Open Space Preservation Project. The committee discussed the proposal as outlined in the 11/2612 memo from the Township Land Preservation Consultant. The Open Space Advisory Committee has recommended that the township review the property for preservation with the potential use for a pocket park and/or additional parking for the nearby Little League fields. After discussion, the committee recommended in favor of the township obtaining the proposed appraisals of the property. Now, at this point, I wanted to ask the township manager, as we go through this process,
Yes.
are we keeping track of this? Is Mark Healy giving that to you, or?
I spoke with Fran Varicali today and ordered her to have the appraisals prepared for that property and the other two I believe you're going to speak about.
Okay.
So, yes.
The Curry Farm, Block 508.02, lots 13.01, farmland preservation. The committee discussed the proposal as outlined in the 11/26/12 memo from the Township Land Preservation Consultant. The Agricultural Advisory Committee and the Open Space Advisory Committee have recommended that the township review the property for farmland preservation. The site abuts preserved and targeted farmland and the township open space. After discussion, the committee recommended in favor of the township attaining appraisals of the property. Now the big one, the Gun Farm, Block 9, Lot 20.01, again, farmland preservation project. The committee discussed the proposal as outlined in the 11/26/12 memo from the Township Land Preservation Consultant. The Agriculture Advisory Committee and the Open Space Advisory Committee have recommended that the township review the property for farmland preservation. The Guns are working with the state to sell all of the development rights for the rest of their property, lots 1301 and lot 16, which are adjacent to the subject lot. After discussion, the committee voted in favor to obtain the appraisals for the property. Meeting adjourned. Now, I also have one more, and this is from Rashid Prasad, Councilman at Large, and it's in by Gary Rosenthal. Ms. Anne Marie, is this where you want me to read this one here? Okay. I have to check with the clerk on how to do business.
Master clerk.
Yeah, excuse me, Master Clerk. The Human Relations Commission support of the opening of the Neiman Williams Park Pool for the use of residents of the community in which it is located starting September 13, and that the Franklin Township provide the funds which have been requested by the Recreation Advisory Committee to make this possible. In other words, we want money for Neiman Williams Park Pool. Bottom line. It's a relatively small pool, and it's adjacent to the park. Everyone uses that pool, and we want money for the pool to make sure it's adequate. So was it in our capital budget, or?
No, it would be in our OE budget.
Okay. We need to put some money in there, and Alice Osipowicz, who's our recreation director, can give you that particular number for Neiman Williams Park Pool.
Alice, I believe, was instructed already to prepare an OE budget that included allowing the pool to be open extended hours this upcoming summer. So I believe that's on its path.
See that? The township manager knows exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And actually, pardon me, after the financial oversight, I was going to come back to our manager, Mr. Vornlocker, about the position. And before you state it, I'm going to just reiterate, which we know, that the decision to hire or not is the township managers, and of courtesy you're filling us in, and we have this unwritten kind of thing, but it's the township manager's area. But go right ahead, please.
Just to further what Deputy Mayor Kramer spoke about earlier, currently our tax assessor's office is staffed by 2 field assessors, although in the 2012 calendar year budget, there were 3 field assessors funded. However, 1 remained vacant through the calendar year up to this point. We now have one of our current field assessors has indicated that she will be retiring effective the end of this year, leaving us with 1 and leaving us in a position where if we don't fill that position, we will not be able to comply with our current method of assessments in the upcoming calendar year. So that's why it is so vital that we fill this position as soon as possible, as the calendar year assessments will be begin in February. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. So now we go to Public Works Committee.
There hasn't been a Public Works Committee meeting since the last council meeting. I remind council members to bring to the attention of the committee and the township engineer streets that might be repaved in 2013 or 2014. I may say that tonight, driving up Demont Lane from Easton Avenue, was it that part? No, we've just repaved a lot of Demont Lane. Oh, Franklin Boulevard, going down towards Easton Avenue from Highland Avenue, I think I would nominate for some repaving. One question to the manager. I know that I think we approved at some prior meeting getting a letter of interpretation regarding wetlands for the Catalpa property. Is that in progress?
That is in progress. It's been, that project has been awarded to a consulting engineer to begin the process of the LOI for the wetlands as well as the concept design for the park itself.
Okay, so both of those would be done. That's getting a little further along.
Yes, since we're taking a fairly aggressive position on the development of that park, both of those projects were assigned to the same consulting engineer.
Good.
Okay, thank you. And then at the last meeting, we started to discuss having a rotation of interviews for some of the professionals and such as that coming through that we hire as a town, and it was suggested that an ad hoc committee do a quick discussion, and that was myself, Deputy Mayor Phil Kramer, and Councilman James Vassanella, just so to see where we left that. Councilman Vassanella?
Yes, Mayor, would you like me to quickly fill in?
Okay.
We did meet and had some different ideas, but I think overall we're all in agreement that it would be nice to have some kind of, I don't know whether you want to call it a blueprint or a guidelines that hopefully council would think would be of a benefit and accept, relevant to reviewing the performance of our contractors. Obviously, we can't do everyone every year, and I don't believe that, we all don't believe there's a need to, but we do, I believe, all feel there's a need to look at their performance, the cost, whether there is any interest to looking about at others, or just to have a better sense of their performance and feel comfortable with the reappointments. We're going to meet in January once or twice and come up with that document to bring to council the following month. And I think it's a very positive approach. And I must say thank the mayor for bringing it up. I know the deputy mayor, before he even got on council, was an advocate for a serious review, ongoing review, to make sure we're getting the best contractors we can for our town, the best performance and the best prices, which you don't always, it's not always the smallest price that's the best, but the point is making sure we're getting what the township residents deserve. So we'll be having a document come forward in a couple months, and hopefully council will feel it can serve as guidelines for future councils. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So now we're going to come to council comments, and because some of you are waiting, just a brief overview of where we're going. We're going to have council comments, a couple more discussion items. We're going to the first discussion item will be on the Sewage Authority study cost, then looking at the minutes, and then we're going to get to the ordinances at which people will be able to speak if they're interested in those particular ordinances, and let you know at the time. So we are now at item number 9, council comments. So this time I guess we'll start over here. Councilman Ted Chase.
I don't have any comments.
That was a
Okay. And you're... and I'm stalling. Up for Carl. Okay. And, council comments. Councilman Carl Wright.
To our township manager. The Southern Park update, if we have one.
I think you stepped out of the room, but I'll certainly be happy to give it again. Councilman Chase asked for it, and it's LOI and concept plan assigned to a consulting engineer.
Councilman Chase, he said it was taken care of. I have no problem with that. That's it. We good.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Rosalind Sherman.
Thank you. A couple of issues. First, there was some very lovely events over the last weekend at the Hageman House and the Wyckoff Garrettson House. These are buildings that are maintained by the Meadows Foundation. They do a wonderful job keeping them in great shape, and they also do programs. They hold programs, and they had some very good entertainment and some interesting lectures as to there were some glassware in the Wyckoff Garrettson House. It was a lovely day, and I hope people will come out and support their events as they continue to do that during the year. I had a very, very nice phone call from a resident on Culver Road, I think it is. Just couldn't be more complimentary to the township and to the manager for the great job that was being done removing the brush and the tree residue as a result of the storm, the damage in the storm. And I'm sure many of our residents have noticed the great job that our township is doing, and particularly under the direction of the manager. Again, a good job, and job well done. Thank you. There will be a meeting on January 8th for residents of Magnolia Road. If anyone else has any interest in participating, it will be 7 o'clock in the council chamber, primarily to review some traffic surveys that have been done there. It's a crossroad between JFK and DeMott, and the residents are much concerned about speeding on that road, and rightfully so. So we have... Our township police department has done a very good job putting together some information and keeping track of traffic going on that road, and we'll come up with some recommendations so that will be presented to the residents with their opportunity for feedback. So that will be on January 8th here at in the council chamber at 7 o'clock. This is the end of the year for many of our committees. There are several seats that will be open. A lot of people do decide to continue their involvement, but if anyone has any interest in serving on any of the boards and the committees within the township, please contact our clerk, Anne Marie McCarthy, and get one of our forms, our citizen forms, so that your interest will be brought to the council's attention. And I can assure you that we do review every one of them and make appointments where it is where we are able to. Last but not least, I'd like to mention to everyone that the Franklin Township Cultural Arts Council is sponsoring a program on January 2nd. There will be a council meeting on January 2nd, which is not our usual council date. So I want to make it very clear that that is an off-council meeting, but it is our reorganization meeting, and it's required that we hold that meeting in the first 7 days of the year. Part of that meeting will be a program, as I mentioned, by the council, the Cultural Arts Council. It is the Grand Jubilee of the Emancipation Proclamation, and we intend to have several programs during 2013 to celebrate this event. Certainly with the marvelous movie out there about Abraham Lincoln, this is an issue that is very topical and very much on the minds of a lot of people. You'll understand the issues involved in making this freeing the people who were in slavery and freeing the United States of that horrendous situation and horrendous way of thinking. So we're all too happy to celebrate the anniversary of that. So on the 2nd, we will have a young person who will read the Emancipation Proclamation. I hope you will be here to hear this wonderful event, or at least watch the recording of it. And then prior to the council meeting, which starts at 7, at 6:30, we're going to have a reception in the lobby. We'll have some light refreshments, we'll have some displays, we'll have some educational information there for people who would like to stop by and just talk about it and see what's there and meet people who will be in a position to engage in conversation with you. So I urge you to join us on the 2nd of January and help us kick off this year of the Grand Jubilee of the Emancipation Proclamation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman James Vassanella.
Thank you. Well, first thing I want to mention, Paul Modern, Pulitzer Prize winning poet writer, did a poetry reading recently, a few months back, and our volunteer videographer program, which Victory Chase has put a lot of time, along with others, in resurrecting, videoed it, and it will be playing for 1 hour, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 10:30. So seriously, if you're at home, I know sometimes there's just slides on that channel, but go to our Township channel. It's different for Verizon and Comcast. I think it's $29 for Comcast. I'm not sure to Verizon, but you'll have it on your cable directory. Anyway, catch it. It's worth watching and give you an idea of what is done by volunteers in Franklin. And by that, I'll segue into something our Councilwoman Sherman, who actually I think helped to get that program going, mentioned. There is a committee, a commission, and a board for everyone. I mean, there are such a wide range of committees and commissions and boards that we have, whether you're into safety things, whether you're into arts, whatever you're into. So really, consider it. We get a lot of the same people, which is great, but it's also great to get new people. And if you have any questions as to what these committees, commissions, and boards do, there are minutes for most of them online, I think, and links to some of them. So a lot of them have their own websites. There's also ordinances that council passed way back or somewhere recently that describes their mission and explains the duties and responsibilities of the committee members or commission members. So take a look at the ordinance. Our clerk would be happy to send it to you if you can't find it online. I know most things can be found pretty easily on our Township website. So seriously, consider that. It's volunteerism, and it's fun. A lot of people really get a lot out of serving. And with that, I'll segue to the students who I believe I got here just a little mix-up of work and got here just as the mayor finished presenting them in a commendation that I was so moved by their work, their volunteerism so I sponsored a commendation for them during the storm when we had our community center serving as a warming center, charging center, whatever you want to call it. We weren't overrun with people, but I was there a few nights, as a lot of our council people were, and I know the mayor was there a few times I was there. It wasn't the volume of people, it was the people and their needs, and to be displaced and in that position that they were in, some of them going several days with whatever. We all know the stories of the storm. But these I believe they're high school student age, volunteered to be there, and they were there, and just watching and observing, I was moved by their service to this town. And athletics and arts and all that is wonderful, and I support all of it, but there's something about character building that I think is often overlooked. And character building starts with being humble and being ready and willing to serve those either less fortunate or in a less fortunate position at the time. And I just, sorry I missed them in person tonight, but I want to thank them and hope that people will learn by their example. And with that, I'll say happy, happy, happy holidays. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry,
Councilwoman Sherman.
if I might, a couple of things I did forget to mention. First, I'd like to thank Councilman Vasanella for mentioning the Paul Muldoon video program. Again, I have to blow the horn of the Cultural Arts Council. They had 4 poetry readings, and Mr. Muldoon was our first, and a marvelous kickoff it was. We're amazingly lucky to have a Pulitzer Prize poet living here in Franklin Township. And he was very gracious in offering his time in support of our program, so that's the kind of stuff we're doing. And there's lots more coming. So the other thing I did want to mention, of course, wish everyone a wonderful holiday. And this is such a time filled with so many events between Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and Diwali. I mean, we could be talking all evening about the various events, but there is just one. We've had our Christmas lighting. I believe there was something at the school for Diwali. Don't know anything about Kwanzaa, if there's what's happening, but there is a menorah lighting going to happen at the ShopRite, of all places, but it is at the ShopRite on the 13th, this coming Thursday at 5:30. So those of you who would like to participate in that event, please show up and enjoy the evening. There'll be some latkes and dancing and menorah lighting, so be there if you can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Phil Kramer.
Thank you. I'm putting down the menorah lighting. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the police officers that were sworn in. That completes our force level of 96 officers paid for out of the town budget, as well as 3 officers that are paid for out of the school budget, so a total force of 99. I would like to wish everybody happy holidays. And then lastly, on a personal note, we each take a turn for a year to be deputy mayor. This was my year, and this is my last meeting as deputy mayor, and I enjoyed it thoroughly, every minute of it. I hope I did a good job. I'll let the citizens decide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now for my comments, which kind of to quote Councilman Chase, I do not have any anymore. So now we go to item number 11, council discussion items. We did items A and C earlier, so now we will do B, Sewerage Authority study cost. So I guess it was requested, Mr. Vornlocker, for you to get a quote for the study, so you got that?
It was. At the last
Thank
council
you.
meeting, council, I think as a whole, had requested that I seek out a quote for a financial and operational study of the potential, well, I should say, of the possible absorbing of the sewerage authority by the township, and whether there would be pros and/or cons to any such action that the township would take regarding the taking of the sewerage authority. What you have in your packets is a quote from McInerney, Brady and Company, an auditing firm here in New Jersey. That in fact they are our auditor. And I'll just briefly paraphrase the quote. They'll review the existing financial statements and accounts of the Sewerage Authority, analyze existing bond covenants, financial statements, check the conformity with the Division of Local Government Services on those financial statements, analyze any existing systems and staffing, and provide an analysis of possible cost savings from the conversion of the Sewerage Authority to a utility of the township. That same auditing firm has also performed those similar projects in Florham Park recently, where Florham Park took their independent sewerage authority and made it a borough utility. The estimated cost for such a study is $27,500.
Okay. Is there, I guess, the council has to approve to do the study?
Well,
And, Deputy Mayor Kramer?
there was another part, we actually asked you to also get engineering.
You did, and I just wondered if, yes. And we approached 4 of our consulting engineering firms that we have under contract, and all 4 bowed out for a variety of reasons. 2 with conflicts of interest with our sewerage authority here in Franklin, as they currently do work for the sewerage authority. 1 who had a managing partner with a conflict, as he is on the board of directors of a state municipal utility organization, and found that there would be a conflict to provide any such study. And the last felt that it was inappropriate, based on the requirements of this study, for an engineering firm to conduct this study, and recommended that an accountant or auditor perform that study, which is now what you have in hand, an auditor's quote for study.
Okay, thank you. And I'll ask Mr. Reno, our attorney, and then we'll go to Councilman Chase.
And actually, just to follow up on what the manager just said, there actually is 2 different parts of this analysis. The first analysis is the financial analysis that council will use really to make its determination as to whether or not it's cost effective for the municipality to absorb the operation of the sewage authority. The second part, which is really what you need the engineering firm is that at the time that you go to the local finance board, you're going to have to represent to them that you're prepared to operate the authority. So you'll need kind of in the second part of this, you'll then need to have an engineering, and it's not an extensive report, but it really is an kind of advice to the manager as to how it is he would structure an in-house utility. Understand that in all of the dissolutions that I'm aware of, having done, I think, been personally involved in 4, and having researched the others in preparation for those 4, it generally is really just kind of an absorption of the existing workforce. So it's not, I don't want to say that it isn't rocket science, it's a careful process, but essentially what you're doing is you're taking the internal structure of what the authority is, and you're making it part of the municipal budget structure. And you're saving costs because you're now, like any shared service or any consolidation of government, you're now consolidating things like auditing expenses, accounting expenses, legal expenses, engineering expenses, management expenses, costs that you save from the volume that you can buy in the town as opposed to a small utilities authority. And so so that'll be the engineering side of it that you'll need afterwards. This study is really what you need in the first instance, I think, to give you an indication as to whether or not it's really cost effective, because in the beginning and maybe in the middle and the end, that really is the overriding determination.
And I think that what Mr. Reno just said is exactly what the 4th engineering firm said, and what they said was, if in fact the township decided to move forward with this, that they would be interested in submitting a quote for recommendations as to the actual merger of forces and looking at operational efficiencies at once the decision was made to move forward.
Correct. And that's been, in my experience, has been is that that's kind of the way the process has progressed.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I think Dr. Chason then.
Yeah. Councilman Chason.
Well, I just wanted to say that we did in the Public Works Committee a couple of meetings ago get a brief report from the township engineer on this subject, and I'm sure he could provide a report on, at least on what it looks like from his point of view, to the council on the engineering aspects. Now, it may be that when we have to go to the Division of Local Government that we'd have to have a formal opinion from outside, but at least we could get some internal information on the subject.
Councilwoman Sherman?
Thank you. I just would like to assure Mr. Holzinger and anyone else from the public who has concerns about this, this is not a process that we take lightly. It will be done very carefully, very thoughtfully. The public will be invited at some point for their input, and we will share all of our thinking when it comes to making the decision one way or the other. We will obviously do our due diligence. There's no better learning than learning from someone who's either succeeded or failed at a similar project that you're working on, and there are tremendous learnings to be garnered from that, and we will make sure we ask all the right questions. I do have to just take exception. My career was spent in strategic sourcing. I worked for Johnson & Johnson, I worked for Novartis, and the concept that if it ain't broke, don't fix it is contrary to good business practices. We are always to look at opportunities, and that's what large companies do, and we have always faulted the public sector for not taking that stance, for being very comfortable with the way things are and not really doing what businesses do. And now we're doing that. We are looking. It is a good organization. I am not criticizing them, but we don't know what we don't know. And we want to find out those things. That is our obligation as the governing body in this township. We're not going to frivolously do something. I was part of the water analysis. I was the one who said pull the plug. It wasn't worth it. It didn't work out. And I'm very proud of that. It doesn't mean that because we didn't do it, it was wrong. It was the right thing to do, and now we know. If circumstances change, I will be all for looking at it again. And so the argument that if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I don't know that that's the right way for us to be thinking. I think what we're doing is the right direction to be going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Fasanella.
First of all, I just want some clarity. The auditor, or I don't have the page in front of me, the group that the $27,000, whatever we're calling it, proposal, is the township auditor?
That's our auditor, correct.
Okay, and I'm glad we got that, but I just want it out there in the public. I know our manager spent a lot of time in trying to get what council wanted for this meeting, but I do have some concerns of our auditor. I assume that if this did go, not to suggest they wouldn't be fair in their analysis, but if this did go towards us absorbing the sewerage authority, they'd be doing the auditing for all of their sewage relevant expenses too, correct?
Now, and I have to tell you that the marginal difference of auditing a budget that is your current budget and a budget that contains a water utility is inconsequential. In fact, the saving auditing cost is one of the things that is one of the added benefits of doing it. Because all that happens now is that the utility becomes 4 line items in your budget, there's not going to be much other than that to audit. So it actually, you point out a good point. And the other thing is that in my experience has been in most of these dissolutions, it's the township's auditor who has a feel and a sense of the township's budget, has been the person who has done this analysis.
And I appreciate that. If I came across, I was suggesting there'd be a real conflict of interest. I kind of want everything about this out on the table. And I want that kind of commentary. And I know our manager put a lot of time to get council what they wanted in a short period of time. But I think the whole process should be as transparent and discussed and described. I have a question kind of related to this, because my concerns haven't necessarily been about dissolving it, but of cost savings and efficiencies. Are we allowed, if the sewage commission, if they agreed, the commissioners or whoever it is that has to agree, to have our water and sewer bill combined, joint billing, whether we ever absorb them or totally absorb them or never absorb them? Can we do that legally?
Well, the answer is, could you enter into a contract with the sewage authority? Remember,
Exactly.
For them to do your sewer billing?
Or for us them to do our water bill and us to do their sewer bill, whichever, in my mind, would be the most cost-effective for the residents, because I see it as a great...
Since your water billing is generally done in-house and it's coordinated with your tax department, it wouldn't make what would make more sense is for you to do their billing.
That's what I figured, but you...
And I'm not sure, I guess that they could outsource their billing to somebody, and they could probably outsource it to you if that was...
So regardless of what direction this goes, there is an opportunity for a possible immediate cost savings to the residents of Franklin, and unless I'm incorrect with that statement, I would like our council to direct our manager or the attorney, whoever would be the appropriate person, to look into it.
Okay.
Because wherever this thing goes, I think we all agree, it's about cost savings and efficiencies is important, regardless of how the final vote comes. And if we did it, we'd be having to set up a program where we do bill anyway. So to me, it's a win-win. So I'm going to, I'm not trying to sidetrack the conversation, but something I brought up years ago, and it was suggested we wouldn't, and I found out recently we could, or couldn't. I found out recently we could, or it looked like we could. So I'm going to ask council to entertain directing our manager to at least look at that.
You tell me. And actually, that could be a byproduct of this study. This study will also tell you whether or not there are other ways to create efficiencies that are short of a dissolution. You probably need this study even to do that, because this study will also be able to tell you, for instance, whether you have compatible billing systems, whether or not there's a conversion cost to do that, and those kind of things. So the answer is that would be a good idea, but it doesn't. You need to do this to do that. So, one of the things that the McInerney firm can take a look at is those kind of efficiencies, because she'll want to do that in any event. But I don't think you can do it separate and a part of this study. I think it's all kind of part of the same overall review.
Well, their willingness is not necessarily part of this review, and that was going to lead to my next question. I'm all for this study, but will part of this study be any kind of document, position paper, whatever you want to call, from whether it's the commissioners or whoever over there at sewer, to, let's just say, outline their stance? Or is that something we shouldn't request?
Remember, there's two different processes here that are to follow. One is a voluntary dissolution, and one is an involuntary dissolution. Once again, my experience in an involuntary dissolution is that, in fact, the sewage authority or sewer authority or water authority, depending on which one it is, always presents their side of the story, and it's not unusual for the town to, at some point in time when it gets an idea of what it's going to do, to say to them formally, we are now contemplating this, and it's usually done at staff level first, and then done at the two commission levels. Their cooperation in the process is usually sought out. And I think that, and that would be my advice to you, that that's a better way to do it. But ultimately, I would assume that you will informally and then probably formally give the Sewerage Authority an opportunity to make the case why the solution is inappropriate, and I assume that they'll do that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes, that will happen.
Thank you. Okay. Other members who want to comment on this?
I understand that
Kramer?
Mr. Regan emailed something.
He did.
Okay, you want to, you want to save that for the end? I'll see if anyone else.
Wherever you
Okay,
so choose to have me read it.
Okay, since it was brought up, go ahead. So Councilman Regan had sent you something, Mr. Vornlocker.
Councilman Regan did in fact send me a statement, and I will read it verbatim. Mayor Levine, council members, and Franklin Township residents. Unfortunately, due to a medical appointment, I cannot attend tonight's council meeting. However, I want to restate my position that I do not believe it is in the best interest of Franklin Township at this time to proceed with a $27,000 study to evaluate taking over the Sewerage Authority. Though I am open to evaluating the model we have in Franklin, where we have a Sewerage Authority, a Housing Authority, and a redevelopment agency, I believe the most logical path forward is to have a session at the annual retreat to understand why these entities were created, parentheses, the Sewerage Authority in 1957, close parentheses, and if the reasons are still valid. Once we have taken a look at the big picture, then we can decide on which piece to proceed with first, if at all. Additionally, I think proceeding with a study without meeting with the Sewerage Authority Executive Director is disrespectful and not professional. I don't believe any of you sitting here would like to be, quote, taken over, close quote, without being asked your opinion. In summary, I believe we should delay a vote, schedule a meeting with the Sewerage Authority leadership, and then have an evaluation session at the annual retreat in January, February, so that we can have the bigger picture and more information to proceed on the proper path. Regards, Brian G. Regan, Franklin Township at-large councilman.
Okay, other comments?
Do you have comments, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'll just put mine in here briefly. And everyone was pretty eloquent on it. Now, I agree the Sewerage Authority should have a say in all this. We should hear what they have to say. And I think it was well put that as we've said, the water study was done, and I thought originally it might be a good idea, but then some of us changed our mind after the facts came out. So that leads me to say maybe we should take a look at it, because it could be a potential savings, it could be potential efficiency, or it could be nothing. But I don't know unless we do that study. And the Councilwoman Sherman has said about if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Actually, that was a good point. I think back to my career starting. I'm a CPA by profession, and back then we did debits and credits and adding things across on long spreadsheets, and that worked very well for 500 years. And it still works today, but somewhere along the way, someone said, let's computerize it, let's do it more efficiently, and that was done. So there's nothing wrong. I still know accountants who actually do that on the spreadsheet, so it's not broken, but sometimes, even though it's not broke, it's another way. So actually, you made me think about that, so thanks. And that's all I have to say on it. Anyone else? Comments? Oh, Deputy Mayor Kramer?
Thank you. So I too will comment on the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If we're spending more money than we should be, then it's broke. And without this study, I can't tell. I got on this council, or I got involved with politics in town because of my taxes and the amount I spend on taxes. And this is similar to a tax. And I think it is incumbent on us to examine something as large as the Sewage Authority and make sure that there isn't a way we can save money with it. As far as listening to the Sewage Authority and this being disrespectful, I understand emotions can run high with changes such as this. But I do not think we are disrespecting them. I have complete and full intentions of hearing them out fully, and they may change my mind. But you have to start somewhere, and I think the place to start is to find out if we can save money doing this. So I will be voting for this study, and I think it's absolutely appropriate to have this vote now and not further delay it.
Okay, any other comments? Councilman Chase?
Well, I'd simply echo the deputy mayor. I think if we have this study, we will have more information to which can be added the comments of the sewage authority, the comments from the township engineer, and any other comments. But to vote no at this point is simply a vote to not even consider this. And if there is a potential of saving money for the township and either the taxpayers or those who pay sewer bills, I think we should look at it. Now, to look at it is not a commitment to do it.
Okay.
Tom.
If no,
Oh,
did you want?
no, wait a minute. You have a comment or?
No,
Okay.
if there's no comments, we'll go to a vote. Any
Mr.
other comments?
Well, I was going to
Councilman
ask for a vote.
Oh, okay, sure.
Oh.
Okay, so is there a motion then?
I'll
to
make a
go forward
motion.
with- Okay, Councilman Wright.
I would
and a
like to
second?
make a,
Oh, go right ahead.
That's right.
Well, I'll make a motion then to go ahead with this study.
the reason why, and Councilman, the deputy mayor reminded me, my father-in-law is on the the sewage authority, so I need to back off from that vote. Thank you very much, Deputy
Okay.
Mayor Kramer.
Thank you for that.
Robert's rules.
So we did have a move and a second, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go to a roll call. So it's a resolution, so it's a majority of those here, we'll send it forward, not a majority of the whole council.
Mayor,
Oh,
can I make one last comment?
Go ahead.
I appreciate Councilman Regan's commentary. I didn't see the content of that, but obviously I share the same concern that the Sewage Commission, the Sewage Authority has involvement, knowledge, chances to respond, et cetera. And it is true. I understand the feeling behind it, but it is the cliche, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. I don't know if that really applies, but I'm going to add this to it because I am going to try to approach this as balanced as possible. Just because they have a big surplus, don't rate it. So there's two sides to the coin with that. But I hope this whole process, we can respect both positions, both, let's just say, people kind of getting their feet set and taking position. I think everyone here is open-minded, but let's remember, there's two sides of the coin, but I do feel it's deserving of a professional analysis. So, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to interject. We can proceed with the vote, please.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, please poll the council on the resolution to go ahead with the study to examine sewage authority costs and integration.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
I abstain.
Okay, so the motion is carried. We authorize our manager, Mr. Vornlocker, to go ahead with that study, and he'll let us know when that's done, and we'll see it, so thank you very much. So the last of our council discussion items is 11D on the agenda, draft the 2013 reorganization work session regular meeting agenda, which will take place on January 2nd. So, couple points. A, if there is any comments or adjustments on that now, and B, since there's a lot going on, it's not necessary, but maybe some of us can weigh in on how that could be a little bit more streamlined at some point. We can do that formally or informally, of course. So the agenda is in front of us, if you have your computer or your hard copy. So any comments on that? Okay, so that's the agenda then. Oh, Councilman Chase, please.
Oh, I just thought we could hold off on appointing a sewage authority member in the light of the discussion we've just had, and in particular because that term is not up until after our second meeting of January, whereas all of the other boards presumably will meet sometime in January before our second meeting. Sometimes we have a reorganization meeting and then another meeting a week later and have a chance to go ahead with more appointments. But, and of course, we can do each category of appointments. I mean, all of the appointments to a given board as one item. But we'll have to do them all sooner or later, and I would just suggest we do them sooner.
Okay. Thanks. Oh, right there, okay. All right. Okay. Okay, on the agenda, are there any other comments, suggestions on the agenda?
On tonight's
Not-
agenda?
oh, Councilman Bass. I'm sorry, on the draft agenda for January 2nd, which is
Oh,
a reorganization,
So I thought you meant.
a work session, and our regular meeting.
No.
No, okay.
I'll put
So,
this in.
as I had said, perhaps a couple of us can get together to streamline it. I don't think we have to work that out here, but maybe I'll coordinate that through the clerk if there's nothing else here. Okay,
She said it's.
very good. So the basic format, I guess we'll stick with. So next we come to item number 12, approval of the minutes. And so we have the minutes of executive session, October 23rd, 2012, parts 1 and 2. Township Council work session regular meeting, November 27th, 2012. And executive session minutes of November 27th, 2012. We have those three. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please poll the council on approval of the minutes.
Councilman Chase,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kramer,
Yes.
Mayor Levine,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman,
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella,
Yes.
Councilman Wright.
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. Next, we have warrants. Warrants are the bills that we pay. So we have warrants in the amount of $5,561,105.60 on December 11th, 2012. These are presented to the Township Council for payment. Is there a motion to pay the warrants as read?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on payment of the warrants.
Councilman Chase,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kramer,
Yeah.
Mayor Levine,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman,
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella,
Yes.
Councilman Wright.
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. So, we, okay, I'm just going to digress one quick second, because it was said to me again on the meeting of January 2nd, and there's a lot of things going. If someone has a concept of streamlining or postponing anything, I guess we'll coordinate it through the clerk since we can't really discuss it amongst ourselves. So now we have ordinance hearings and adoption on second readings. Now, ordinances are usually voted on twice. The first time they're introduced, and usually the next meeting or two meetings later, they're voted on a second time. If they vote on a second time, they go into law. And at that second vote, we open up to a public hearing, meaning the public can talk to us about those ordinances. So that's what's going to happen here. There's going to be 5, and on each one, I'll ask if anyone from the public wants to speak on them. So I'll certainly let you know when that is happening. So the first one is ordinance number 3995-12, an ordinance amending the code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 112, Development, regarding the zoning of the Trap Rock Quarry area. This is basically changing zoning in Trap Rock, that's a quarry that does mining in town, from, for the most part, ROL to M3 for office administration buildings. It's making M3, which has been for manufacturing and other things, for mining only. So this kind of affects that area there. The township attorney has approved the affidavit of publication. The public hearing is in order. Is there a motion to open the meeting for a public hearing on this particular ordinance?
So-
Again, there's
So
five.
moved.
Okay, moved and seconded. Just so you know, there's 5 ordinances. I'm going to ask this on each of the 5 and let you know when it's coming up. So moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Meeting is open for a public hearing on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand. Mr. Kennerak, please. And come up to the podium, give us your name and address.
Mike Kennerak, 4383 Route 27, Lincoln Highway. I've
Welcome.
got a-
Close to the mic.
Oh, yeah, keep yourself about 3 or 4 inches from the mic, right up that way we hear.
I think that should work a little better. Good?
Terrific.
Okay. I've got a picture to show you.
All right.
So I'd like to plug in and shine it on the wall.
The cord's over here. Mr. Mayor, might I suggest while he's setting that up, if there's someone else who wants to speak, just to save time?
Okay.
Oh, wait, what?
All right. Is there anyone else who would want to speak on this particular ordinance?
Yeah, it just works.
Next ordinance?
Ma'am, didn't you want to speak on this?
I want to speak on B.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Did she say B?
Okay. Go right ahead, sir.
The picture that you're looking at is actually your picture. It's from the township's report on the reconstruction of the zoning around the mining area. So, have the council members seen this one before? Are you familiar with this? Or I'm sure that Ted is familiar with it, since he was probably one of the people with the ruler and the red and blue ink. Well, let me just briefly tell you what you're looking at then. So, it's an aerial shot. You can see the work that Trap Rock is doing. The actual quarry work is in the upper section, sort of left of center, and the blue lines are the proposed new lines to be drawn, and the red lines are the existing old lines to be drawn. I'm going to go over there and point at a couple of things, but that'll take me away from the mic. Just travel.
Take the microphone out.
I'll travel.
Go ahead.
Oh, good.
Just push.
Much better.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
Great technology, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is the Trap Rock mining area. Just to get you oriented, here's Route 27. That's the bump out for Old Road. You probably all know where that is. And the Little Rocky Hill Firehouse is right in there. And the police pistol range is right here, if you know where that is, just to, again, to help you get oriented. And the reason that I'm standing here is because that's my house, right there. In fact, I am the landowner around the pistol range, and my property line runs out like this, and along here, and down like that. So I have about a half mile of common boundary with Trap Rock, and so I'm probably one of the largest boundary line common people with them in the town. The existing zoning for this red area, or this outlined in red area here, says Research Office Laboratory. And in fact, the Trap Rock Road, the private road that comes up off of 27 and hooks around and goes past their existing office building, sits their office building in the middle of that Research Office Laboratory area. I know this is a lot easier for me to see since I'm next to it, so this area is RR5. That's the red lines over here, which includes my property as well. And then there's a small piece of agricultural zoning right in here. What the blue proposal does is take the M3 area, which right now is this red area, and extends it to be all of the blue area, including this piece of road. That's one thing that the proposal does. Another thing that it does is strip away some of the things that are currently allowed in an M3 area to get it very much focused on mining. I have to tell you, I think that's a great idea, and it's certainly appropriate for a mining zoning to be focused on mining rather than other types of uses. The problem that I have is this. When Trap Rock blasts in this area, my house at this distance noticeably jars. Now, I don't have a problem with that. They were there long before I built, and I chose this area, chose that particular spot for my house, knowing that blasting over here was going to have some effect on me. Ted and I just had a conversation before the meeting where they had a particularly big blast today, and my dishes rattled and my windows rattled, but it goes with living there. And since it's a great place to live, I can live with that. If all of this area, all of the blue area, were now to become M3, then Trap Rock or a future owner could, in theory, decide to dig over here, which puts them a whole lot closer to me and would move their blasting a whole lot closer to me than it is currently. Now, I know that that's not their plan. In fact, their plan for a lot of this area is to screensaver. Their plan for a lot of this area is to cover it with solar panels, and I applaud that use. I have solar panels on my roof, and I'm glad that they're doing that. But that's just the current planned use by the current owner. And what zoning does is protect us for a long period of time against various types of uses that wouldn't be beneficial to the community. So my suggestion to you, quite simply, is that if this is the mining area, and they have some interest in extending that mining area somewhat to be able to build berms in here, then I certainly don't have a problem with that. The Research Office Laboratory designation is sufficient for the kinds of things that they're contemplating doing. They may have a couple of other uses that they'd like to put some of this other land to, other than actually digging a hole and blasting, that possibly might not fit within the definition of Research Office Laboratory. For myself, as the adjacent landowner to those areas, I would not be opposed to them going to the zoning commission and asking for variances for particular uses that were suitable to that area, and then I would get noticed about those and get to comment on those as we went along. But in general, I wouldn't be opposed to that. My problem is with the moving blasting closer to here, or even if they don't intend to do that, and again, Ted and I had some conversation before the meeting that the rock only extends as far as here, and so their interest in digging a hole over here at this point would be limited. I recognize that. But once again, the purpose of zoning is, in part, to preserve the situation so that the neighborhood is well defended. And there just isn't a reason to extend M3 all the way down to here. It's pretty clear where their interests lie, which is in this section. The research office laboratory designation that now encompasses their current office buildings, their offices. Research office laboratory is just fine for that. And so my suggestion is a redraw that truncates the blue here in the section where they really want to have it, where they actually need it for the uses that they intend, rather than extending it all the way down here. If there's a reason to have the blue follow the road, I'm not opposed to that. I don't think that they're going to blast here just because the blue goes down here. Nobody believes that. But it certainly would be possible, just as the blue extends down here in a little flagpole, to have it follow the road like that, and then connect to a blue line that went across here, and leave this section as research office laboratory. In fact, this section, which is now OR5, I think one of the parts of the proposal was to rationalize this area and make this accessible to them for their industrial purposes. I've got no problem with that. And again, mostly that's my back line. As long as those purposes are research office laboratory. So the research office laboratory line would go here, rather than this being RR5. They'd be able to use that area. And then there's some other issues with canal preservation and so forth that I also support. I think getting those properties under canal preservation is fine. I'm not really commenting on those, and I wholeheartedly actually, I'm glad that the township and Trap Rock want to go in that direction. So I think that's really the sum of what I'm interested in, is to have the research office laboratory continue as is here, extend out this way, and draw the M3 line here, which will give them as much as they need for that purpose. If the purpose of the designation is for mining, then let's have the zoning for mining go where the mining is actually planned to be happening, and not in some other area, which really is for research office laboratory purposes. So I understand you're at the end of the process here. Unfortunately, the hearing with me coming with input is happening with what you probably all expected to be the end of the process. But my suggestion to you is that I've got some solution steps that are really no harm. The first one is, we're in a hearing, let's let it set its true purpose, which is to hear from the public, and that gives you the opportunity to find out what the community is thinking, which implies that we've got the opportunity to do something about that, the input that you're getting. Table it for tonight based on this input. So that's not a no vote. I'm not suggesting a no vote. Instead, what I'm suggesting is I would be happy to meet and to find quickly and to resolve if there's some better way that we can draw the lines that give you the zoning reform, that give Trap Rock the zoning reform that they're looking for, give them the land use that they're looking for. And, well, it's a good thing that I'm almost done. I only got 4% of battery left. And what this says under here is reintroduce at the next meeting or fairly soon as amended. So that's my request to you. Table it for tonight, and then let's talk some more, rather than rushing forward from here. Since this was your first opportunity for public input, I'd like you to respect that public input and table it so that you can deal with the input.
Okay. I'm going to continue the public hearing, then we'll discuss what you said. But you're very comprehensive and very good. Thanks.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay. Are there any other comments from the public on this particular ordinance?
And just so you're clear, I volunteer to be involved in the process. I'll put my time to it.
Okay. Anyone else on this ordinance?
Seeing no one come forward, Mayor, I
Close the public.
motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
Okay, moved and seconded to close the public portion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Okay, so is there now a comment or a motion for the ordinance? Councilman Chase?
Well, one comment I'd like to make first is that the portion which is in the RR5 zone, which is what borders directly on you, we took out of the original proposal. What you've just shown was an earlier stage, and really the blue line outlined the area of concern, because of course also the area between Kingston Rocky Hill Road and the river were rezoning canal preservation since it was transferred to the Canal State Park. And I'd simply say that it's my belief that the area where the administration building is and to the south of that the rock just isn't there to be mined, and that they already have piles of overburden on that side of the quarried area towards the administration building. So I think that I would go ahead with the ordinance as it presently is constituted. If other members of the council want to send it back to the planning board for further discussion in the light of Mr. Canarak's statement, that's, they could make that motion. But I think that nothing is going to happen that will harm you, particularly because we are not rezoning the part closest to you.
Yeah, it doesn't change the picture. I'm looking at the updated version, and it takes a little...
Mayor, I just ask that anybody speaking use the microphone so we can all hear the commentary, if you're allowing Ms. Canarak to represent.
It's unusual, but go ahead. I mean, to come back after public.
Yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
So here's the new picture, and as you can see, most of the difference is that let's see, that the corner right here, sorry, I'm just getting oriented. Here's the road.
You're under where the RR5, you live under where it says RR5.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, you see the bend on Old Road right at the middle right.
So what's happened is that the corner here has been taken out of the M3. But nevertheless, there's still plenty of There's still plenty of M3 over here that's much closer than their current blasting operation to where my house is.
So Mayor, I have a question to Councilman Chase, or the manager, if he has information. The area there, I'm concerned about your concerns, but is it even feasible that that area would be blasted and mined? Obviously, I think I'm going to suggest that you're concerned, yes, the answer would be yes, but I'm just, would like to hear Councilman Chase and our manager's viewpoint, if they have one on that question.
Well, I don't believe it's feasible that it can be mined, in the sense that the basalt, the trap rock descends so far below the surface that they would not dig down through all of the overburden to reach it. If there were going to be any further expansion of the mining, it would be either to the northeast or to the northwest across Route 518 in the direction of my house. And as I said to a neighbor who asked me once what would happen if the quarry came up with that plan again, and I said, why do you think I've been involved with township politics for the last 35 years? So, I think the only further thing would be to try to get further assurance in terms of the geology that it is not feasible to mine in the area that you're concerned about.
But I would add the words...
Mayor Kramer?
Thank you. I would add the words, with today's technology. I mean, who knows? Maybe maybe at some time they will be. I mean, this isn't like fracking, but, you know, who
Remember,
knows?
this is not mining for platinum, where
Right.
any expense can be met by the value of the product. This is rock, which has a value, but the value does limit the expense that can be gone to mine it.
I have a partial answer for this because I've seen the soil studies for my property. And,
Okay,
it's the rock's
one or two
about 10
quick
feet down in
sentences, and I'm
some
gonna-
sections.
One or two quick sentences, I'm going to have to keep it to a council discussion. Okay, go ahead.
That's
Oh,
just
that
the-
did it, okay.
Yeah,
thank
the
you.
rock is about-
I'm sorry, I missed that, Mr. Canarack.
I have the soil samples for my property, which I needed so that I could tell where to build. And there are sections over here where the rock is about 10 feet down. So,
Okay.
according to the soil studies. So it's called Little Rocky Hill for a reason.
Okay, other Councilwoman Sherman?
I personally don't know if there's a huge rush to get this passed tonight. I can't imagine that it will make any major difference if it's delayed for a few weeks and Mr. Canarack is given the opportunity to review this and discuss it. I think, it sounds harmless today, but as Councilman Kramer mentioned, one never knows what the future holds. And if it's not ever going to be done, then why should it be zoned that way? So I have no problem with delaying it and giving Mr. Canarack every opportunity to defend his position.
Okay, Councilman Wright?
I agree with the Deputy Mayor and Councilwoman Ross Sherman. Take it back, look at it again, and see what we can do to make it better.
Okay, can I take either one of you as a motion to table, going back to the planning board?
So moved.
Okay, moved in second. Now, is there anything on the, discussion on the motion to table, not on the substance? Okay, if not, I'm taking it, we'll table it, it'll go back to planning board, and Mr. Canarack, please contact planning board, Councilman Chase is there, and you have to take a vote. You can know the other players also.
Mayor, I believe a formal vote is in order. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah,
I'm sorry.
Just preliminary.
It's getting
You're
late. I
right.
thought you might have missed.
So, no, but thank you. So, Ms. McCarthy, could you please poll the council on the motion to table?
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. Mr. Canarack, thank you for your input.
Oh, can I ask council now, if we table it and send it back, if the planning board recommends that we pass it without change, do we have to re-advertise and have a new hearing?
No, sir. You've had the public hearing. If you send it back and it comes back, you do not have to have another public hearing, nor do you have to advertise it.
Good.
Okay.
I think we'd let you know, but
If it comes back with any I'm sorry, Mayor. If it comes back with any modification, even the slightest of a modification, what, do you have to reintroduce
The
it?
answer is a not substantial modification does not have to be re-advertised. Now, of course, remember, this is a zoning ordinance, so if you move the line, it would always be material.
Okay.
If you move the line,
Yeah, think about it, it's an amendment to the zoning map, so
Right.
any change in where the line is material. So you would have to re-advertise it, you'd have to reintroduce it, re-advertise it, correct?
Okay.
well,
And there's
see where it goes.
And there's been times in the past where we have not had to have another public hearing, and we've chosen to, just for the public's sake. Okay, so now we come to 14B. This is, and in a moment, I'll let you know if public can speak on, when the public can speak on it. 14B on the agenda, ordinance number 3996-12, an ordinance amending the code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 112, Development, Section 112-6 zoning map. In particular, this lakeside area to rezone from R40 to R20, basically 1 acre lots to half acre lots. I believe entrance through 2nd Avenue off of Willow, I believe that's where it would be. The Township Attorney has approved the affidavit of publication, and a public hearing is in order. There's a motion for public discussion on this item.
Oh, Mr. Mayor,
Deputy Mayor Kramer.
thank you. So normally that's fine. Normally that is, the mayor's right, that's how we do it. I'm, at this moment, opposed to this, and what I would like to do is say why I'm opposed to it, and then have the public session. That way the public has the benefit of arguing with me or agreeing with me, rather than they say what they have to say and they don't get to speak again after I speak. So I think this is a little bit fairer to do it. So
Okay,
just,
sounds good.
just, so if, I'll speak, if, just to educate the public and council about this property, this is called the Lakeside property, and I've drawn on the map where Cedar Grove is and I guess the Imperi, pardon my computer ease there, Easton Ave, and then the area in question, which is the center area, which is basically trees now, which at this moment is R40, and the housing that you see around it is R20. A developer went to the zoning board and asked for a use variance to build houses in the wooded area, essentially making it, building in such a way that it was R20-ish. There were originally, before they went to the Board of Adjustment, zoning board, there were 13, they were able to build roughly 13 properties. This is what our planning department has told me. After they went to the Board of Adjustment, they they had a variance so that they could build an additional 7 properties for a total of 20 properties. And what we're proposing here is rezoning the whole area to R20, and they would still be able to build 20 properties. So people might ask, why do I care? And the detail here is in the amount that they would have to pay to the Housing Trust Fund. So, and this is assuming that every house they build is worth $350,000. We have a Housing Trust Fund, and when you start building, you pay half, and when you get your CO, you pay the other half. But you pay roughly you pay 1% of the cost. So 13 buildings at $350,000, I hope this number is right, Mr. Healy calculated for me, would be roughly $4.5 million, and at 1% of the cost, they would pay $45,000 into our Housing Trust Fund. And we use this trust fund. We use it for a lot of good applications. This is not just money that sits out there. So this is important money to us. Now, after the Board of Adjustment ruled, those 13 houses down now to the third line below the blue, they would still come out to $45,000. But the rule is that if you're building on a variance, then the tax or the Housing Trust Fund allotment is not 1%, but 6%. So on those 7 properties, there'd be a payment of $147,000. So the total, the 13 properties would still be at 1%, so the total is now $192,000 that would come to the town that we could use in our trust fund. If we pass this ordinance, those 20 homes worth $7 million would all have to pay to the trust fund at 1%, so that would be $70,000. So one could look at it as, well, we were getting 45 and now we're getting 70 if we were to pass this. Another way to look at it is, well, the builder's getting to build 7 more homes, they're going to get a lot more money, so why shouldn't we get more? Well, I've asked the manager, and I'm kind of showing how I have some angst in both ways on this. I asked the manager, well, how much profit is there on a home for a builder? And he said to me, in this day and age, roughly in these kind of developments, 5%. Well, we're increasing the trust fund by 5%, so we might be eating up all of their profit. Okay, then I go back to, well, I'm not in business for making a profit to the developer. I personally ran on trying to stop development, and here's an instance where I might be able to stop development, albeit of only 7 homes. But that's 7 homes that puts more children in schools, more traffic, etc. So I guess the question I'm asking is, why should I do this? What is the advantage to my town to do this? It may be less money to the Housing Trust Fund. And if I do not pass this, the cost may be such to the developer that he can't build those houses or won't build those houses. And while that may be a downside for him, that may be an upside for the town in having less development. Now, some will say, I'm sure I'm sure the planning board will say, this is good planning. It's R20 around it and R40 in the middle. Just good planning makes sense. It's nice and neat and tidy and elegant if to have it all R20 there. I'm not a planner, and I might be at an advantage in this case. I don't care that it's elegant. I don't care that it's smooth like that. If it results in those being trees and staying trees and a few less cars on the road, then right now I'm in favor of it. But I spoke at this point now before the public session, so maybe I could be educated and maybe I'm seeing it the wrong way. So I will rest my case and like to hear points either for or against my argument.
So Mayor, I ask for the similar privilege to get some clarification before the public speaks.
Okay, Councilman Vasanella?
Yeah, I ask that the applicant or attorney may be interested in this part of it, that perhaps, okay. I appreciate, I just want some clarification. Deputy Mayor Kramer put forward some information, and I'm glad he did, but I'm a little curious if he can go back to the slide, because $350,000 assessed value per lot. I guess I should ask Deputy Mayor, because I believe he created this chart. Is that for the land or for the predicted sale price of the house?
So this is Mr. Healy's predicted sale price of the house, and one could say, well, if the houses get smaller, because you're dividing up the land, maybe they would be a little bit smaller, but it was for the house.
Okay, I'm just want clarity. I'm not poo-pooing the whole thing here. Okay, so let's assume for a minute that it's $500,000 per house. All of a sudden, that $70,000 number that we get goes up probably to over $100,000 that we will now have in our housing trust fund. So I'm not going to assume, I saw the sign, I don't know if I read it correctly, so I think we should get clarity on the predicted value, house sale. Secondly...
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Sure.
I can give you clarity on this. There has to be certain assumptions that are drawn to do an exercise like this, and that's what Mr. Healy's exercise was. And it's all in proportion. So if the houses are valued at $350,000, it gives a total assessed value, and it gives a percentage of that total assessed value. And it works throughout the chart in proportion to each other, so that the numbers would increase in proportion.
I'm aware.
There's a number that's just used as a general number for that particular neighborhood and values.
So I'm aware, and I appreciate the manager pointing it out, that proportionally the numbers would go up based if the applicant had to pay 6%. I guess what I'm saying is, it was mentioned 45,000, 70,000. If realistically, the value of the houses are somewhere around $500,000, we would end up with probably over $100,000 into our housing trust fund or somewhere around that. So I think it is important to realize these numbers, and perhaps the developer could shed the best light on it, are really should be taken with a grain of salt. Now, secondly, I imagine some people from the neighborhood might be objecting. I guess we'll hear from them, but I don't know. I would think that it may make the whole area be more desirable and house values go up. I don't know. I'm not here to promote the project. It's just, I wish that the town was this diligent, because, and I've looked back at some old zoning changes that this council's made over the years, because although I generally don't like to see development, we have changed zoning much more radically for probably much more higher profit margins back when I don't know if any money was being paid into our housing trust fund. So, you know, there's a whole set of facts that I appreciate Deputy Mayor bringing this forward, but I almost feel like it's just an incomplete presentation as far as looking at all the pros and cons. I'll leave it at that. I guess we'll hear from the audience.
Okay, Councilman Wright?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we open this up for public session.
Okay. Motion for public session. A second?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Okay, here's the procedure now. I'm going to ask, no, it's okay. I'm going to go, anyone who wants to speak can come up, raise your hand, I'll call on you. After that, we'll end public session, and the council will discuss it and vote one way or the other, or not vote. Okay, so yeah, go ahead. When you come up, please give us your name and address. Yes, ma'am. Oh, and come up to the microphone and please speak within 3 or 4 inches so that we can pick you up.
Okay.
Kind of pull it down to yourself.
Okay.
A little bit.
Can you? Thank you.
And
This is going to help me because I'm sorry I don't have as
no, go ahead.
much of a. But that's going to really help me with my presentation. My name is Gloria Gardner, and I live at 209 Driscoll Court, and I will show you my building on that map.
And just so you know, there's another map of it right here on the desk.
Okay.
Whichever
But I
ones.
mean, everyone can see if I show you there.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, it took me a while, I think this is important also, letters go out to the public about the zoning changes, and everyone is very busy, you have to go in, get that letter, and everyone doesn't have the time. I talked to a couple of people in my area, excuse me?
Oh, keep yourself in front of the mic.
Okay, I talked to a couple of people in my area, they're aware of the sign that now says 20 homes coming up, and they assume that's what's happening, that we lost the battle when we didn't want the homes in the first place, but that's all there is. When I talk to people about the changing from R40 to R20, no one even knows what that means. I was able to finally today figure out how to download this information and get some more information as to what's happening, and therefore I definitely was coming, but I now understand a little bit more about what I'm talking about. I think it'll be a good idea if I show you now where I live, and then that'll be clear also. I live in Lakewood Townhomes, which is essentially this area right here. And I believe this is my building right here. There's 6 houses in a building, okay? It's very important that, one, the issue of overcrowding. It's interesting to me that we have been talking about open lands today, or open space, because this is all the open space I have.
Ma'am? I just want, I think I might be able to help you here. This is not a discussion about how many houses are going there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The zoning board has approved 20 houses. This discussion is only about whether or not we're going to amend the zoning law to conform with that approval so that they pay less money into our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The 20 houses is already approved. So we're not voting here tonight whether or not they'll go there or not. They're there based upon their zoning. They have an approval for those 20 houses.
So I'm just going to ask our attorney, just as a quick bottom line, if the developer decides to build, there's going to be 20 houses there, no matter what anyone does.
Correct. They have an approval.
Okay. It's only
Now, there was a change, if I'm reading the 21 pages, which is not easy for a layperson to read, if I'm reading that correctly, the sizes of the lots are in question.
No.
Okay, then the documentation is not correct.
Okay. The zoning board approval approved lots consistent with the R20 zone. So the size of the lots aren't in question. The layout isn't in question because they've already granted the subdivision and the variance.
What is
So,
this about then?
this is about how much money they pay into our Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
And if I can...
And let me just say this, if I can, Mayor, I apologize for interrupting.
You go right ahead.
And I think Councilman Kramer made the argument that potentially, if they have to pay more money, that might deter them from building. But the fact of the matter is that this is not about us approving or not approving this development. They already got that approval from the zoning board.
But if you send out a letter to us in the public, one, the letter says next to nothing, and then when I finally download the information, it's not right.
Well, I don't know that the information's not right. The ordinance is what the ordinance is. It's just, I apologize, it's a very technical area of the law, so it's not always easy to understand. But the zoning board already granted this approval.
And so I'm going to interject also.
How am I supposed to know
Basically,
this?
it was originally
You
zoned...
probably got notice of the
No, I
zoning board
didn't.
application. You were within 200 feet.
I never got, this is the only notice I got. The letter about this meeting tonight.
Well, that's your
well-
notice.
But you're telling me that's not what it's about.
Zoning board application.
You're telling me I should have been in a zoning meeting.
Yeah.
No, sir. You're telling me I should have been in a zoning meeting.
Well, that's
which
probably
I
a
haven't
question,
been
that's
there.
probably a question for the applicant's attorney, but I'm assuming that if you got notice because you were within 200 feet of the zone change, you would have gotten notice because you were in 200 feet of the zoning board application.
There would
It's
be
the same
no-
list.
There would be no record of me getting a notice for which I had to go and
It's
sign.
a question we'll have for the applicant's attorney, I guess.
Okay, and Ms. Gardner, it would just, what the change was, because you saw acre, half acre, it was originally zoned 1 acre lots. And they went to the zoning board and said, well, gee, everything around there is half acre lots. This is in essence, this should be half acre lots. And the zoning board said, you're right, build on a half acre.
Last year.
Now, what we, as Mr. Ranone said, was the attorney will see also if everyone got proper notice, because that's fair also. So, again, he's designated for 20 houses. If the extra fee deters him, that's, his certainly decision. But that's the only thing. It is kind of technical, though. But again, the one thing for your sake I would want to know is, did you get proper notice? And we'll find out about that. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Gardner. We're just trying to clarify. You can speak if you want
Well,
to.
They've got no case.
I guess I'm at the wrong meeting, and I need to go to zoning meetings, because that area right there is wetlands, and we almost had flooding of our homes in the recent storms. There should never been permission to build in that wetlands.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Councilman Chase?
Several points. First of all,
It's on record.
Ms. Gardner, where you live is in fact zoned R40, but the building that you and a lot of other people, the buildings that you live in, went in by action of the zoning board some 27 years ago when I was chair of the zoning board, as a matter of fact. There are some wetlands. Actually, the stream is slightly off the edge of this property, but because the stream flows directly into the DNR Canal and the New Jersey Water Supply Authority is very concerned about sediment getting into the canal from it, I pushed the zoning board to be extra careful about detention basin and protection of the stream corridor there. So I can assure you they're not building on wetlands. What you can do, at the time that the zoning application is filed, the applicant would have been supposed to send notices to everybody with property within 200 feet. And in fact, the list of people to whom it was sent would be part of the record of the zoning application. You can go back and find that out. However, The law reads that the applicant goes to the township provides them with a list of owners of property within 200 feet. The applicant is, by law, may rely on the township's list. The township is not always up to date on that list. If you had moved in within 6 months
Been there
of
since
whenever this
1999.
application started, which was several years ago, you would not have been the person who would have gotten the notification.
I've been there since 1999. I don't know why I got invited to this meeting for changing from R40 to R20, and told to go to this document, which you say is not relevant to this meeting.
No, it is,
Mr.
but what
Renner.
I'm saying is that there's an additional, in fact, if you read that document, that document and the summary of it specifically says that the applicant had received an approval by the zoning board. So I think it refers to it in the document. So, to that extent, if you read, or you're reading ordinance 2012-3996, specifically, if you read the beginning of it, specifically says that the applicant was granted a D5 use variance by the Franklin Township Zoning Board of Adjustment for the construction of 20 single-family detached homes consistent with the R20 zoning. Lakeside now seeks to rezone the subject area with the variance approval previously granted. So the answer is that they already got that approval. Now, I understand, because you're not a lawyer and you're not familiar with these things, that you might not understand what that says, but that is what it says.
Are we not shifting from the sizes of the lots?
No.
Of the homes?
Not now, that was done at the zoning.
That was done by the zoning board.
So the zoning board is the one that should be sending out letters so people can attend and say something.
Well,
Yes.
like I said, that's a question we're going to ask the applicant's attorney.
And also, I'll ask our manager, Mr. Vornlocker, no matter what we vote or don't vote here, could you verify if people got their notices as they should get back to us?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, other members of the public? Yes, sir. Ms. Tulay, did you want to go? Do you want to?
I live 3 doors down from her.
Okay, come up to the microphone, give your name and address, and then start.
John Gauss, 206 Driscoll Court.
Pull the microphone up slightly.
John Gauss, 206 Driscoll Court. I live in the same building. We never got any notice about anything until the zoning. That's it.
Okay.
So obviously, there's nothing we can do, but we should have gotten notice earlier.
Okay, we're going to find out about that. And yes, sir.
Showing that with the proof of certified.
No, come on. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Richard Benner, 69 Johnny Bush Avenue in Somerset. I live right behind that forest. I've been here for the planning meetings, and I'm aware of the 20 houses being built, and this did throw me a curveball. It's not, like you say, easy to read or easy to understand what was going to happen here. I personally thought you were going to size the lot smaller so that the developer could build more houses. I am concerned from the standpoint of what Mrs. Gardner just said about the runoff and everything else. If this is going to be the client that's building there, they personally don't take good care of the approach, because right where the sign is right now, where they're going to build, is the original sign that got blown over from the Sandy here, and it's laying on the side of the where in the runoff that goes into the canal. So we're wondering, my wife and I are wondering about the stewardship of this land when it goes forward, if it ever goes forward. This process has been going on for about 3 years now. And everything that I've seen, this is a done deal right now, or what I'm hearing, that there's nothing we can do. It's already a done deal. It's just a vote right now. And this is the first notification that this is the second one that you're coming up for a vote. I thought it was here for like a discussion of what the heck was going to be going on. So I think what you're suggesting is checking out. I think it needs to be done pretty good, because there seems to be a lot of people in the dark here.
Just quickly, yes or no, did you get a notice for the zoning board meeting, Mr. Benner?
Who's asking that question?
Oh, I did. Did you
yes.
get a notice for the
Yes,
zoning
Mayor.
board meeting?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's just so I want to know. Okay, thanks, Mr. Benner.
All right.
Okay. Other members of the public who haven't spoken yet would like to speak? Okay, yes, sir? And then we'll come to you. Same, please, just name and address, then certainly tell us what's on your mind.
How you doing? I'm Carlos DeGoyes. I live at 151 2nd Street, which is a dead end, which is the entrance of this so-called building, and I've never got a notice as well. This is one of my first notices, and I've been living in that house for 20 years now.
And just a clarify, you saying you did not get a notice for the zoning board meeting?
No, did not get a notice
Okay,
for the zoning board
pardon me.
meeting.
Okay, continue.
And I've been living there 22 years, and that's where they're going to open up my street to have all these cars coming in and out, and this is the first time I know about it, and I've been living there for 22 years.
What's his name?
And this is my first time at this meeting.
121 Second Street.
151 Carlos.
So,
Just so people know what we're leaning over here, we have a list of people that were noticed, and we're looking through it to see what we can learn.
What was his name?
What is
What was your address?
151 2nd Street.
Gotcha. Yes,
Carlos and Denise DeGoyes.
got it.
I'm right at the corner, right at the mouth of where it's going to open up at.
I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
on the 200-foot list.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that they were notified, or?
What I'm saying is that, Councilman, we have a list from the tax office, the list that we use to notify the public regarding this zoning variance is within 200 feet of the proposed zone change. So we have that list from the tax office. And each one of the people who came up is on that list because they got notice of this meeting. I think it's only Mr. Brenner who said that he actually also got a notice of the zoning board application, and the zoning board would have used the same list, unless, like I said, unless there's some explanation of why those two lists would be different.
Okay, yes, sir, you want to speak? Okay. Ms. Tullio, did you want to speak?
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, Michelle Tullio on behalf of the applicant. It is true that back in 2010, that my client did receive a use variance to develop the subject property with 20 single-family detached homes, which were consistent with the requirements of the R20 zone. The issue before, and I believe that the issue I respectfully disagree with Deputy Mayor, but the issue before this council is absolutely what makes best zoning sense. This is why we have a planning board that makes recommendations to the council. This is why you pay a professional expert in planning to make certain comments and suggestions and offer opinions. Back in 2010, the Board of Adjustment recognized that this property was not zoned correctly, that it always should have been zoned R20. The Board of Adjustment's resolution specifically states that the property is more in kind with the R20 zone, notwithstanding its prominent R40 zoning. This is true because this tract of land is essentially cut off from the remainder of the R40 zone, and because the development property is connected to and essentially surrounded by adjoining R20 zoned neighborhood and would be functionally an extension of that single-family neighborhood and developed at density consistent there too. So now my client is going to be penalized because no action was ever taken by the planning board or the zoning board or the board that looks to make certain zone changes, and it's suggested that my client should then therefore pay a windfall in COA obligations when it's clear that this isn't even zoned correctly. My client hired a planner who submitted a report to the planning board in order for the planning board to consider whether or not recommending this zone change to the council. There were 3 particular points that were raised: that the area is effectively cut off, again, from the balance of the R40 district and relates more to the contiguous R20 district. All of the lands that are immediately adjacent to the subject property have developed far more intensely than what is even permitted in the R40 zone. You heard from neighbors who live in townhouses in the R40 zone. To develop this property in accordance with R40 district requirements would be inappropriate vis-a-vis the development context in this neighborhood. We went before the planning board. Testimony was offered. There was a unanimous vote for a recommendation of a zone change. I don't think, quite respectfully, this has anything to do with an economic-driven ploy. If anything, my client should not be penalized or have to pay a windfall to the Housing Trust Fund if this property is not zoned correctly, which we don't believe it is. Whether or not, and to answer the question with respect to the citizens that have, and the residents that have said that they did not get notice for the Board of Adjustment, that happened back in 2010. Your Board of Adjustment attorney back then, I believe, was still Patrick Bradshaw, who is top-notch, and I can't imagine he would have allowed jurisdiction to rest and go forward with that application if the appropriate notice was not provided. Is there any other questions I could answer?
I have a comment.
Deputy Mayor Kramer?
Should I comment now or after
Did you want
public
to ask
session?
a question?
I don't have a question.
Yeah, did you have one?
Right, I just,
Councilwoman Sherman?
I'm not sure how one proves whether notice was given.
Actually, the proof
I
is
am.
prior to the hearing taking place.
Yeah, there certainly is. The typical is that there is, it has to be done by certified mail.
Right.
So a list of all of the certified mails are provided, stamped by the post office, along with an affidavit of service, which is given to the zoning board attorney, who then reviews them, literally matches the white cards to the, remember, it's proof of mailing, not proof of receipt. So he puts the white cards and he compares it to the list that is provided to the applicant by the tax office, which is similar to the list that you see here. And then before the application starts, he says, I've reviewed it and it appears that a notice is in order. And then they go forward. If it's not, they don't. So,
I mean, unless somebody didn't pick up their green card.
well, even if they didn't pick up their green card, I think it's proof of mailing, so I think it's the white cards.
Right, that's true, yeah.
So it's just proof of mailing, it's not proof of receipt.
Right.
So it's the white part of the,
Right.
of it, literally. So that's what happens. So the answer is that, and that's in the file, by the way. So
It exists.
if we had a key to get into the zoning office, we could go pull this file and literally look at it and see that that's there.
Yeah, I'll accept the fact that Mr. Bradshaw didn't object, and if he did not have proof, he would have, so I'm satisfied.
Okay, now, I'm just going to remind council, allow for Ms. Tullo to have some questions. We're going to have our discussion afterwards, so if there's questions of the attorney, and the applicant.
Mayor, quickly, I guess the question for Mr. Reno and Ms. Tullio, are these, am I understanding this correctly when I say the question here to council is not whether or not the applicant can build 20 houses? That's been approved. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that's been approved, from what I'm hearing unanimously, with the input of our planner and zoning officer, et cetera. We're here simply to decide whether or not we should be approving what they've already approved. And, I mean, I don't know, I'm trying to relate this to like a jury instruction. if we find fault, help me here, if we find that they were erroneous or there was something wrong with making this an R20, that's one thing. But this isn't a question of, this should or shouldn't be a question of
Okay.
whether or not they pay X amount of money to Housing Trust Fund or not X amount, or A or B amount of
We're all
money
gonna
to trust
discuss-
fund.
We're all going to discuss it soon. Do we have any direct questions?
Well, there's
Just- can
two
I just-
attorneys,
Yeah,
is that correct or incorrect in your,
Okay.
That is my position.
Mr. Raynone, is that
My
correct in your
position is
position?
also, I mean, you might want to say, why are we going through this exercise? Well, we're going through the exercise because being that it is more appropriate to have this zoned R20, it removes all headaches in the future that these property owners might have vis-à-vis, I would like to put on a deck, or I would want to do this. And then you're getting floods of applications to the Board of Adjustment.
Okay, so let's,
Because it's,
No, okay, I heard you, I just, let me respect, I want to know if Mr. Raynone, our attorney,
well, let me make sure that, kind of put it in context, and I don't disagree with Ms. Tullio. I think what she's trying to say is this, so you now have 20 houses, and they're there pursuant to a variance. They have a perfect right to have their houses there. There are building envelopes, by the way, on the approval, so as long as they did whatever they were going to do, put their decks on, or whatever they're going to do within those building envelopes, they're fine. The problem that you have is technically they are non-conforming structures, okay? Even though they're there by a zoning variance. So the concern would be one of the people who builds one of these houses decides they're going to expand it to make a bigger kitchen. That the zoning officer would say, you're not an approved, your house, your lot's undersized, and therefore you require a variance in order to do that. Technically, maybe a use variance. So that's the technical argument that Ms. Tullio is making. Other than that, the argument is in some respects an intellectual argument, which is, should you now that you've got a use variance or a D variance, should you now conform the zoning to it? I can say this, the zoning board grants lots of variances. This is one of the few times I've ever seen on the heels of a zoning board grant that we've gone in and then conformed the ordinance. It's not unusual, for instance, in a master plan complete review and a complete redo of the zoning ordinances to do stuff like, for instance, the townhouse development that the neighbors live in is in the exact same situation that these properties will be in. That property is zoned R40, and it's there by a variance. So if those buildings burnt down, they might need to go back and get a variance to rebuild them. Or if they wanted to expand them or alter them, they would have to. Now, that's maybe not likely in a townhouse development, but they're in exactly the same circumstance, and they've been there for 20 years. We've amended the zoning ordinance, 6 dozen times since then. We've never conformed, we've never put that in a townhouse zone. So it's a very similar circumstance. But I understand the argument here, and the argument here is that there may be future considerations for the homeowners that live in this development, that every time, the zoning office may say to them, you need a variance every time they want to put a deck that's outside the building envelope, expand, or if something happens to one of the houses, they probably would be able to rebuild, but if they were to expand outside of those envelopes, that they would have those issues because they technically have non-conforming lots, even though they were there by a variance approval. I might want to ask the zoning officer how it is that he'd treat those, but I think that that's the intellectual argument. The byproduct of all of this, however, is that it alters the affordable housing contribution. And while I agree with Ms. Tullio that necessarily shouldn't be the reason why council votes or doesn't vote on this, on the one hand. On the other hand, it's unfair to say that it's a windfall. It is what the property is zoned. It's what your client knew it was zoned when he bought it, and it's what it was zoned when you got your approval. So, so it's not a windfall. There was a choice here. It was a there's a cost to do and a cost not to do. The cost to do this was that. So, you know, there's a lot of people who think the Affordable Housing Trust Funds is a windfall
Well,
already, but leaving that aside, I'm just saying that's where we are, and not to argue either way, but that's the argument, Ms. Tulos. There is that practical difference between being R20 and R40, and that's really the difference, is that, you know, when you're marketing it or when you're living in it, that's the practical consideration. I don't know if I misstated
It is
anything.
true, and, you know, maybe windfall was, you know, too harsh of a word, but the point of the matter is that the Board of Adjustment recognized the fact that basically this property was not appropriately zoned back when they granted the use variance, which was the driving reason why they granted it. We're just trying to bring this all in conformity, to conform to what's around us. And it makes good planning sense. You have the planning board telling you that it did, and you have your own professional telling you that it does.
Okay, I have a few quick questions, Ms. Tullio. Did the zoning board actually make a recommendation over to the council to change that, are you saying?
No. It was part of their reasoning why they granted the variance.
Mhm.
They pointed out that basically that this was not well zoned, and it was more suitable for the R20 zone.
Okay.
Then what happened is that the applicant brought the matter before the planning board, and obviously you have Dr. Chase here that could better fill you in, because I wasn't even at that hearing. But from what I understand, the request was brought to the planning board for a change of zone recommendation to be made to the council, and they, after listening to the planner, after listening to your own planner, Mark Healy, after reviewing his report, they found it unanimously to be appropriate to come before this council and recommend the zone change.
Okay, so you weren't at the planning board, so
I
I'll
was
save this
not.
question.
I was not.
Do you know what the vote was on the zoning board?
Unanimous, 7-0.
Okay. And, that's, okay, I'll have
Yeah,
a planning question, but I'll save it for when we're discussing it. Okay. Thanks, as far as I go. Any other questions, Ms. Tullio? Okay. Is there, thanks. I'm
Just give
may
me
ask you something.
one moment to confer with my...
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Anyone else from the public who hasn't spoken yet want to speak? Okay.
Mayor, seeing no one come forward, I make a motion that we close public session.
Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public session on this particular ordinance. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Public discussion is closed for this particular ordinance. Thank you. Now, the council's going to discuss it and choose to vote or not vote. So, from council, is there a discussion or motion for the ordinance?
No.
Councilman Chase, thank you.
Well, I'd like to comment. I believe this area should be zoned R20, and I've always believed it should be zoned R20. It's part of the neighborhood that is zoned R20, and the R40 designation goes back, I don't know how far, certainly before 1985, when the Lakewood development went in. Now, and really the only argument against zoning it R20 is that we could make more money for our housing trust fund if it were kept at R40. Council should not always make decisions purely on a basis of how much money they can extract. And I'd like to give you an example. Some years ago, we approved putting in Somerset Run in an area which had previously been zoned M1. The Rurker Farm next to that remain zoned M1 until we changed that zoning recently to R40. Undoubtedly, the township could have gotten more taxes out of that property if it had been developed M1. But I think that Councilwoman Sherman and all of the other inhabitants of Somerset Run would have been on our backs if we had allowed that to be developed at M1, even though the township as a whole could have gotten more money out of it. We have to, the whole point of planning is to maintain neighborhoods in a coherent fashion and not harm residents by putting something very different next to them. We have a lot of friction in the areas where we have an industrial zone up against a residential zone. This is not an industrial question, and I'm sure at least the gentleman living on 2nd Street feels that he's going to be harmed by the development of this property, but I think the harm would have been about the same whether it was developed at the pure R40 zoning or developed as the zoning board approved. And I think council all understands that how it's going to be developed is not changed by how we vote tonight. But the fact remains, this is allowing R20 density development in an area that is surrounded at least two sides by R20 development that has been there a long time. On the third side towards the Presbyterian homes, it's divided by a stream corridor. There's really no connection with that side. And on the fourth side, towards Driscoll Court, that has long been developed at overall a higher density because it's townhomes. And I'm sure Ms. Gardner, it's a shame to lose the woodland that is next to them, but unfortunately that can happen anywhere in the township. And in any case, the zoning board has already approved that development. So I think we should go ahead and pass the zoning change.
Okay, is that just a comment or is it a motion for the ordinance?
Well, it was a contribution to discussion. If you think it's appropriate for me to move, I wanted to be sure I made comments before we got too far into this, but I'll move
whichever way you like.
The ordinance change.
Closing comments?
I second it.
No, that's just, I move, I second the discussion. Okay, I'm sorry, was there a second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Sherman?
Yeah.
Okay, please.
I had a comment, and I just didn't want it to happen after we're going into the approval process. It's not that profound. I mean, it's just my own opinion, which is that if it is the right thing to do to zone this property as R20, I just don't think it's fair to hold a developer hostage over the fact that it was inappropriately zoned originally. And that point was not acted upon because there was probably nobody looking to develop that property. And once it became an issue and people who have knowledge and who understand zoning recognize that this was an error, then I don't see it as being something appropriate to penalize the developer over that. And so my opinion obviously is clear from what I just said, but I just wanted to make that statement.
Deputy Mayor Kramer?
So, I don't believe the developer is being penalized, and by the way, I do respect Ms. Chulio's opinion. When I was on zoning, I always was happy to see her come before us because I knew she would give succinct and good arguments. But I don't believe the developer's being penalized. He knew what he was getting into. He knew or should have known, or Ms. Tullio should have advised him, that after this was received its variance, this would be the situation. And my bet is this was his plan from the beginning, was to go through these stages to do that. I think all people need to realize that two R20s sitting next to each other may geographically equal an R40, but economically, two R20s, because you can build two houses on them, are worth more than an R40. So he bought this land at R40, and he's now turning it to R20, which he's already done essentially done through variances. So he got a deal there. He bought land at a cheaper value and has rearranged it to be more profitable because of that. I had one other point and I don't recall. So I do think he knew what he was getting into. This is essentially, please excuse the term, incremental begging. Give me this thing. Now that I have this thing, I want the next thing. And I now recall the point. Because of the profit margins, I'm not sure all those houses will be built if we require the higher COA costs. I think that may eat into the profit margins enough so that he will only build the 13 houses and not the additional 7. And again, he knew what he was getting into. He knew that was a risk, so I have no qualms about holding him to that original idea. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Sherman.
I don't want to belabor the point, but he could have lost just as well as he could have won, and he obviously surveyed the options, saw that he had the potential to win because it was based on good reasoning, and that's smart business. I don't fault a person for doing that, and I don't necessarily think that he should be held to making a decision that turned out to be correct.
Councilman Wright?
I move the question.
Okay. I'm just going to interject my comments, if that's okay. Thank you, because I was holding off. And I just want to tell the residents, if this came down to a decision of build or no build, I very well may be on your side and see if we could stop it, but it's approved. Now, it could be, as argued, that changing it would slow it down, but it's approved for now, so that's not part of my issue. I'm looking here at a memo we have. Please be advised that the planning board meeting dealing with this ordinance are consistent with the master plan and recommend council approve the ordinance, unanimous. So it did go through zoning, through planning to us. I don't, in fairness, always go along with everything planning says. So if I want to take a step back and say what's appropriate, barring anything else. And like I said with the assessor, yes, I want the appropriate amount of money to run the town, but not at the sake of maybe being unfair to someone. So if I take a step back and say, if I started this from scratch, not knowing the zoning, what would I consider? And for me, it'd be, well, like the planning board said, it's R20. That's where you come from. That's where it is. And to me, I like our housing trust fund. We've done very good things with it. But I don't want to take extra money for it if I'm doing it in what I feel is not proper for me. That's anyone else has his or opinion. So, Councilman Wright, I'll go back to the vote unless anyone has, as you said. So, Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on item 14B, ordinance 3996 11-12, please.
Councilman Chase,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kramer,
No.
Mayor Levine,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. 5, yes. Okay. Okay, thank you, have a good one.
Oh, it's 5 votes passed.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting.
What's that?
Oh, it did? Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that was a tight vote.
I forgot.
Resolution is-
Okay, so thank you. Appreciate the input from everyone on that one, of course. Next, we have item 14C on the agenda, ordinance 3997-12, an ordinance amending the municipal code of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, State of New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 58, Development Agency, Section 58-3, Executive Director. This allows our township manager, who is named as the Redevelopment Agency Executive Director, to appoint a designee. The Township Attorney has approved the affidavit of publication, and a public hearing is in order. Motion to open the meeting for public hearing on this ordinance?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public hearing on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one in the audience, I move the public session be closed.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Public portion is closed for this meeting. Thank you. Is there a motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law?
So moved.
Okay, that is moved and seconded. Okay. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on item 14C, ordinance 3997-12, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kramer?
Yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Yes.
Motion is carried. We now have item 14D on the agenda, ordinance number 3998-12, an ordinance amending the municipal code of the Township of Franklin, Somerset County, New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 115, Dogs and Other Animals, adding a new Article 5, licensing of kennel, pet shop, shelter, pound. This basically puts us in compliance with state law, which says we must license kennels, pet shops, shelters. The Township Attorney has approved the affidavit of publication, and a public hearing is in order. Is a motion for public discussion on this ordinance?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Meeting is open for public discussion on this ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one
Sir.
in the audience, I make a motion that we close public session.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion is carried. Public hearing is closed for this ordinance. Thank you. Is there a motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the council on item 14D, ordinance 3998-12, please.
Councilman Chase?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kramer?
I'm all for dogs, yes.
Mayor Levine?
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman?
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella?
Yes.
Councilman Wright?
Okay, motion is carried. Okay, next we have the last of our ordinance hearings for the year. Item 14E on our agenda, ordinance number 3999-12. It's an ordinance amending the municipal code of the Township of Franklin, Somerset County, New Jersey, more particularly Chapter 350, taxi cabs and limousines. What this does is also bring us in compliance with state law, which it will first license limousines within the town, and number two, the state says we have to set a number of taxi licenses. We're setting 5. There's only 2 or 3 companies in town now.
2.
2. So there's room for expansion there. The Township Attorney has approved the affidavit of publication, and a public hearing is in order. Motion for opening the meeting for a public hearing on this ordinance.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Meeting is open for public hearing on this particular ordinance. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one in the audience, I move the public session be closed.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion is carried. Public hearing is closed for this ordinance. Thank you. Is there a motion for final passage of the ordinance and publication in accordance with law?
So moved, Mayor.
And second? Second?
No.
Oh,
I just have a question of our
Councilman.
attorney. I want to be sure that nothing in this ordinance prevents my calling a limousine service based in South Brunswick to pick me up and take me to the airport.
It does not. All limousines are required to do is to register essentially with their insurance certificate in the municipality in which they are located.
Yeah.
Doesn't prohibit them from operating in others. It's just a kind of a quirk of state law that requires them to do that.
As I recall the ordinance, the last item in the ordinance was an absolutely impenetrable paragraph about appointing the commissioner of something, with power of attorney under some circumstances.
Yes, it is impenetrable. Is that the question?
In other words, not even you could explain it.
No, I think the point of it is, you see those, is that it appoints some state official for service of process.
Okay.
okay. Was there a second on that one?
No.
I have one question.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Dr. Chase, did you understand that?
More or less.
Okay.
Okay. Did we have a second on that? No.
Not yet.
Councilman Vasanella.
I motion to move it forward, Mayor.
What was that question?
Second?
A second.
Okay. If no other discussion, Ms. McCarthy, please pull the council on item 14E. That's a 14, right? Yes. Ordinance 3999-12, please.
Councilman Chase,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kramer,
Yes.
Mayor Levine,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman,
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella,
Yes.
Councilman Wright.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Next, we have item 15, ordinances for introduction and first reading. We do not have any this evening. So we go to our consent agenda. The consent agenda are items which are basically of a routine nature, which can be voted on in one vote. It's any council person's prerogative to pull something off for a separate vote if that is his or her wish. So we have item 16, items 16A through 16AD, as listed on the consent agenda portion of this meeting. They're presented to the Township Council for adoption. Is there a motion for the consent agenda or discussion? Okay, moved
Second.
and second. Ms. McCarthy, please pull the council on the consent agenda.
Councilman Chase,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kramer,
Yes.
Mayor Levine,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman,
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella,
Yes.
Councilman Wright.
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried.
No, I do not.
So next we have item 17, resolutions voted on separately. There are 6 of them, A through F. We can do it in one vote if we want.
Yes.
Okay. Usually items vote on separately, either they're taken off by a council person in advance, or they're put on the agenda later, so they're listed. So
You can.
these can either be,
You could do them as a consent.
they're 17A through 17F. Is there a motion for all of them, or starting at the top, we can do all in one vote?
I move we vote on all of them at one time, maybe.
So move.
Okay, moved and seconded, I'll take that.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh,
Yeah.
someone-
Yeah, I second it.
oh, did someone ask to speak? Oh, Deputy Mayor Kramer.
So, when I went through this, there were only 3. When were the last 3 added?
1 yesterday and 2 today.
Yeah, I haven't read the last 3. Because I read these over the weekend.
Okay,
What they are?
I can comment on
Mr. Vornlock,
on
do you
some
want?
of them as we go through. The last one, we'll start at the end first, the rescinding resolution. At the last council meeting, you authorized the transfer of $50,000 from the manager's budget to the DPW budget. We are now, as another resolution to be voted on separately, going to consider an emergency appropriation of what is now $350,000, different than yesterday's financial oversight meeting of $300,000. And the reason is, for proper form, according to our CFO, that $50,000 that was moved from the manager's budget to the DPW budget last meeting should be included in this emergency appropriation of $350,000 now. And so you're rescinding that resolution from the last council meeting. So that's the last one.
That's not even the last, that's the
That's
fifth.
eight.
Is that what it is? I'm sorry, yeah. That's 12-600.
Okay.
All right, 12-600. 12-601 is the resolution for Cedar Hill Landscaping for $35,000. That is part of the $350,000 emergency appropriation for the cleanup activities of Public Works. That's for the additional rental of large trucks to remove the debris by DPW. So that's a portion of the $350,000 resolution that you're voting on separately. And the last one is the award of a rack body dump truck bid.
If you had said.
And that's just simply a last-minute addition to the agenda, as far as I know. Anne Marie, am I correct?
Correct.
If you had said just dump truck, I'd have been fine, but what is a rack body?
That's a truck that has racks as opposed to solid walls,
got it.
on the side of the back of the body.
Got it.
Sorry.
And then I would just like to add, item A, that this was something suggested by the state that I saw, and it's kind of along with the resolution that I put forward last time. It's authorizing waivers of permit fees for any work resulting from Hurricane Sandy. So if your roof was damaged and you needed to come in for a permit, they shouldn't charge you a fee for that, or something similar. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments on this resolution to vote on separately? Okay, we have a move and a second. Ms. McCarthy, please poll the counts on 17A through F resolutions vote on separately, please.
Councilman Chase,
Yes,
Deputy Mayor Kramer,
Yes.
Mayor Levine,
Yes.
Councilwoman Sherman,
Yes.
Councilman Vasanella.
Yes.
Councilman Wright.
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. Next, we are at item 18 on the agenda, old business. If there are, that's usually some of our nominations. Some may have a very short life if we put someone in, a couple of weeks. Are there any nominations for any unfilled things? Okay. There is no executive session for this evening. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstain. We are adjourned. Next meeting will be January 2nd. From all of us, happy holidays.